Welcome, everybody, to week number 2 of the Rally Cry Collegiate Series presented by the Army National Guard. My name is Seymour, joined back on the desk by Vincent for our second week of matches. I'm very excited for this one. We missed you on Sunday, buddy, but welcome back. How you feeling?
I'm feeling fantastic. Actually, gotten to see a lot of esports this week, and I'm glad to be here on the weekend to continue that trend.
Yeah, we live for esports here, especially at our Rally Cry Collegiate Series, because it's not just Counter-Strike that we have to pay attention to. There's plenty of prize on the line right now, Vincent, for, multiple different titles other than this one. And you really have to give a shout out to, Rally Cry for putting this on, and also to the Army National Guard for helping put on this show, because with the pricing that we have, I think over $30,000 across all of the titles that are within this collegiate series. It's a lot to be playing for, and it's a lot for these players to kind of look forward to, especially, when you look to that $11,000 HBCU FGC series for Street Fighter 6, Guilty Gear, and Tekken 7. You look to CS2 series, it's where we're going to be looking at. Winner walking away with a sum of $8,000. Rocket League, $6,000, and at the bottom, $5,000. But for CS2, for today, Vincent, we can take a look at our bracket and what we saw last week and kind of highlight what we went over.
Yeah, GMU walking through a couple of, I'm not going to call them easy matches, but they made it look relatively easy. And Fisher, we're doing the same thing, consistently overcoming any obstacle in their way, and neither of them dropping a map to get here.
No, and for what we did see on stream for ourselves, RIT, they took on Northwood. Everybody thought that was going to be a close game, but Northwood has other plans so far throughout this collegiate championship, and they're going to 2-0 their way into their winner semifinals. Oklahoma Christian didn't play on the Sunday. They played later on down the line, and a 2-1 win over the Ohio State University Buckeye Gaming Collective to move in versus now this Northwood Timberwolf team. It's going to be a fun one to look at that we're going to be seeing later on, but let's talk about our first match of the night, Vincent. Fisher Falcons versus the George Mason Patriots. Fisher, the clear favorites today. I mean, we've had our expectations pretty high for these Falcons as a team, to rival Northwood, who've looked unstoppable so far on stream. And now you and I, we finally get our chance to really expand on why that is.
I mean, we talked about them at the very outset as the potentially able to step up when it comes to the amount of experience, and they've only added experience to this Fisher roster between the fall and the spring. They made two pretty big changes. They brought in Refuser, who's a Dutch player coming in from Europe and has played in a lot of Tier 3, also in Advanced over there. Actually played, fun fact, for Team Netherlands in the ISF, like the big national championship. That was kind of cool. And then Alex as well, who another EU import, a Swedish player that has played on teams like Fnatic Academy, for example. That was back in 2018, but more recently with the Prospects, that was a team that if you're a big fan of Counter-Strike, you'll have heard of.
Oh, I totally agree. And, they may be the underdogs on the other side, but it's not the first time that we've seen GMU in a position like this. And they've proved us wrong in the past, taking down bigger teams or teams just as big as what Fisher is. But this is an incredible climb from the matches that they saw earlier on in this collegiate championship. And it's an uphill climb for sure for our Patriots. So let's take a look at our series, Vincent. Let's take a look at this best of 5. We're heading to Mirage for map 1, GMU's map pick. And then we're going to, I think we're going to Ancient map number 2 for Fisher's map pick. And then Decider's going to be Anubis for the map 3. You can look below us. You can see the bands as well.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting, right? Typically, Inferno is the permaban for Fisher, so you see that gone. But I think it's funny to see GMU not banning Nuke out first and giving the opportunity for Fisher to pick it. They don't pick into it, which is probably good news for GMU. But this map pool is actually pretty interesting because both the first two maps, both Mirage and Ancient, I would consider to be strong maps for both teams. The fact that they're going into this with that in mind, I think, at least in GMU's head, they've got to be feeling okay about that. Anubis is where things maybe get a little shaky. Not even shaky, just less proven for GMU. But it is the question, right? Will these underdogs be able to come up to play?
Yeah, it's the CS2 classic, I'd say, looking at Mirage, Ancient, and Anubis as well. Lots of teams starting to kind of work their way into that Anubis pick, but it is a decider. It's where, we go if we need to go there. A lot of 2-0s throughout this tournament so far, and feel like for George Mason, even taking a map off of Fisher today will be a really good step in the right direction. And if they're going to kind of aim towards that, what are you really looking at here for GMU?
You know, I think there's two things going into this. Obviously, Mirage is a huge part of the potential success for GMU. Now, last semester, they actually played against Fisher, some roster changes since then, but the fact is they played Mirage then, got beat. So that's part of why I'm surprised to see GMU come back to it, but it suggests that they're confident, Seymour. That suggests that they're coming in, and that's kind of part of the DNA of this GMU team. Actually, when I got to talk to them on LAN, they were consistently confident despite the fact that they were often the underdogs, and that is, I think, what really I took away from them is that they are a team that doubles and triples and quadruples down on themselves.
I think that's such an important thing to kind of harness, especially in, the new realm of Counter-Strike 2, where there's less rounds, there's less times to really adapt. Confidence goes a long way in series like this, because if you can start off strong, you're in it. But if you start off a little bit flat, things might turn to worse a lot quicker than you're used to. And I think for the Patriots heading into this matchup, you need to go into this with full confidence, because Fisher, and these changes that Fisher have made in recency has skyrocketed them into a team that you look at this team on paper and you expect them to be in the finals against someone like your Northwoods.
Exactly. And with all of that pressure on Fisher, I do wonder if we're going to see the heights of what they have or not. I tend to think yes, actually, Seymour. I know a hot take here, but you bring in two incredibly experienced European talents in Refuser and Alex alongside an already very strong core. Not only that, but they end up replacing, and this is not to be disrespectful, but to two of the weakest individuals that were on the team previously, now out and into position as we jump into the action. It's Mirage, as we talked about, and Fisher pushing all the way down mid.
First look at these teams so far in the Collegiate series. First time on stream, and first time we get to see their pistol rounds unfold so far. GMU looking to come out swinging from these gates. A 3 versus 2 for the pistols as they head onto A4. The plant Frizzy is here, set onto ticket, but has to wait for the rotations from Catwalk. See if you can work with Juzo or Juxo to pinch this one together. Frizzy does not want to bite off more than they can chew, but now it's all down to Frizzy. Shipsy's going to make sure of that. 1v3 for the pistol, and the USP can't get anything done.
I mean, nicely done. GMU recovering well from a bit of a chaotic start and not quite disastrous, but a struggle to be sure with that mid control. And just FYI, I didn't know, but apparently we're not going to see Refuser today. So that's kind of, it doesn't quite change the overall conversation, but it does remove some of the firepower from Fisher College.
Juxo, not really a player that, I mean, you want to take lightly either for Fisher. I mean, everybody that is on this roster, and I think Fisher as a school has really made this apparent, is that they only want the best of the best on their teams, and they're willing to kind of fork out the cash to make that happen. And
oh yeah,
I'm not worried to see Juxo on this roster either, but it does give a little bit over towards GMU now, a little bit of a chance.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. We are still talking about a Fisher College that is absolutely the... Oh, they're not going to check Frizzy?
Oh, Frizzy.
Oh, okay. I thought for a moment Frizzy was going to get away with it. Fisher College still come into this the significant favorites. Don't get it twisted. But this is why.
Yeah. Oh, no.
A, B, and C are the reasons right in front of you. Finally, Alex put to bed, but
I don't even want to call them consolation kills at that point. I mean, those are... that's a pretty heavy blow for GMU to pick up just in round 2.
I mean, high impact, for sure, right? That takes guns out of the hands of the opposition. Give him the AK, and he will make it sing.
Just looking back at this, too. If CC goes down, or Satsy goes down in that moment, potential for a 1v1, but Frizzy pulls out the AWP in round number 3 and starts off with a pick onto Zoker. Down Alex a second, almost lines up a third, but it will be traded out by Tatum, and the refrag is putting Fisher in such a strong spot now.
So all alone towards the B side, at least the trade will come through from Crimson, but 1-on-3 is a massive ask here for one individual. Crimson, one of the players for GMU that came in and really stepped up in the latter stages of last season in the fall. Was really impressed.
There's nowhere to go. And as soon as Tony turns to his right, he should see this. But Crimson has a chance to fight against Tatum here. Tatum immediately going to back up and re-stabilize himself for that fight. Not losing his life. Keeping 3 alive at the end for Fisher College in their round 3 victory. Putting 1 on the board.
Interesting to see Frizzy taking the AWP. I don't know if that's just a matter of mirage for the moment or if he had a spawn, but typically Why Not's going to be the one taking that, or at least was last semester, but looks like Frizzy's going to stick with it. Maybe some swapping of roles, considering with Alex coming in, they also swapped up the in-game leadership. Tatum was the one who, a very experienced in-game leader of his own, but now taking the back seat when it comes to the calling.
To maybe roam free down mid. Has an HE. It's going to be a lot of damage. Buddy, so very low. And Tatum is just making them work for it. Elsewhere, Crimson's actually going to open this one up. So Tatum's got to be careful not to lose his life now. That's 2 quick kills from GMU.
Oh my goodness. Crimson just coming out and swinging for the fences. And
Joker, did he see the barrel? I don't. No,
he
didn't. Actually saw the barrel, but Frizzy has no idea. Now the jig is up. Frizzy's going to be able to bring this into a 2v3.
This is much more winnable now. Only Crimson has that recovered weapon, and life on the cross is very scary.
Smoke should let the bomb plant, but the fire is going to stop the cross. And Juxo looking to reclaim some space off of this one up towards the staircase just to watch the cross, expecting Crimson, and lovely shots there with the FAMAS. That's going to be the rifle out of the hands now of GMU and possibly their chances at this round. But Satsy's going to take the eye. Frizzy is ready for it. And as quick as the flame ignited for GMU in this force buy, it has just as quickly been doused.
Got a bit too scary though for a moment. I mean, GMU, they're a team that you can't just walk at them. They're not going to take that lightly. But nonetheless, Tatum with a phenomenal first shot. The second one didn't quite go as planned, and well, I will say, expectation-wise, I mentioned not thinking that Juxo would be in here, but he played the entire last semester with the team, so there is absolutely some familiarity there with the majority of the squad. Alex is the only one who wouldn't have had that last semester to play.
I think when you have such a deep arsenal of players on a roster of teams, that just leaves some kind of sense of, I guess, secrecy for you. And I think Fisher College, they're going to be able to have that in their back pocket. But again, taking some heavy blows at the start of this round, Alex is going to have to reinforce this, drop the molly in. Not ready for the fight, still going to be able to back them off, expecting the swing from jungle. Shipsy will be shut down. But still in a 3 versus 2, they have to worry about these players who just continue to land shots. Satsy's going to take down Frizzy, as well as find the better of Alex. 1v1, Juxo does have the M4, the armor, and all the advantage in this round, but Zatsy is looking to bring some surprise to this front line and teasing Juxo. What a play! Zatsy, a 1v3.
Sassy, one of the big, strong players on this GMU Patriots squad, and showing off just a little bit into that one. Some fantastic work, and ensuring just to get the first tap, then the second, and with a Glock no less. It's even more impressive when you put that on up against an M4. The lead for the Patriots. And it's Fisher College tagged down and out of the full buy into this. What?
What? Oh, this
Excuse
is going
me?
to be a fun game, Vincent. This is going to be such a fun game.
That's an incredible shot from Frizzy. I don't think he had any knowledge, didn't have any vision at all.
He said, I'm swinging mid, I'm taking a shot.
Shoot, he did.
And it's that 1 in a million chance that it hits.
Except when it's Frizzy, it's more like 1 in 100. He makes that happen far more often than you would tend to expect. Tato's looking for info here. He's going to find it, but he's also going to lose his life.
Crimson down to 7 health of that one. Still fishing for some openings at A. Nothing is going to be shown just yet. Zoker has been boosted up into mid-window. And now for control towards A. They're going to suffocate these last 2 players. Why not? Down underneath scaffolding. Hal is going to be able to swing. And almost takes down 2. Frizzy's going to be found out. And that's going to leave all Juxo alive. Another 1v3. It would be kind of crazy to see the other way around.
I mean, look at the HP bars, Seymour. It's not that far off, and they're relatively separated. The biggest issue is trying to cross towards the site, but Zoker's been spotted.
I don't think Zoker actually saw Juxo. Not a deep enough clear. It's the time. Ticking away. No kit. He's got to go, and he's got to go now. If not, carry this AK over into the next round, but he's going to look to do a little bit more damage. No, he's not. He's going to just back off with his AK. The right call to make. Possibly an exit, but timing just not there. Crimson stays alive with 7 HP. Possibly. He's got to run. No, it's just Buddy staying alive for GMU. They're going to take their lead to 2, Vincent. Juxo carries over an AK.
I haven't had a chance to even take a breath this entire game thus far. It's just been non-stop action. You notice as well how all of these half-life force-buy rounds, whether it be Fisher or GMU, they're all coming down to the wire. It's one of the more dominant ones, and still only 2 Patriots survive. The Falcons coming in with even less than they had in the previous round. Sans Juxo's AK. They'll hope to work something off the back of that, but that's set up at the B site.
And doesn't seem like they want anything to do with the B site, so why not's going to lose his head on ticket. Tatum sees that. It's away his positioning, and Patriots being very thorough with this site take, making sure that they're dotting their I's, crossing their T's, and not allowing Fisher to walk away with any shenanigans like we've seen in the past. And it's down to Juxo with this hero rifle, Frizzy with the USP, and 5 members still standing for the Patriots. This should be their 5th.
Should be. I mean, Juxo might actually pull a couple back here, and all right, hold on a second.
I'm listening.
Yeah, let me just give it a little wait.
A little bit of a whirl, a spin, and Shipsy will take the 5th round. Nothing to be worried about.
Yeah, you say that, but I simply don't believe you. Shipsy, though, a player that you might not recognize if you were watching GMU last semester. And it's actually a change that we didn't really get to touch on because things have gone so quickly, but replacing an individual that I think played very well towards the back end of the season, Jay Cracker, and has been stepping up for GMU ever since. This is a change that really comes off the back of just trying to find the highest ceiling they can.
Gypsy knows he has some space to work with here, but that HE is going to do an incredible amount of damage, and through the smoke, they find it. So an audio cue is going to give that away, and an initial opening now for Fisher to take an advantage. Crimson gives away a 2nd for free, and that brings the Patriots to an absolute halt.
Fisher just have to tuck in, and that's what they're currently doing. You can see Alex jiggle peeking, taking a gander every once in a while, and if you're going to call out for a smoke to come back, we've seen him already in this position so many times, but he can work around it.
He might go back into this one. Boost up mid window. No idea that Alex is just on the other side of the smoke. As soon as he makes that noise, they should know, but the disengage before the smoke goes down. Zoker looking for an alternate angle. They just need a timing to work their way, and they will. Zoker could confirm that kill and a 2nd one. You couldn't ask for a better play, but now they have to worry about Tatum, who has moved all the way around towards ramp unchecked.
It's going to get a freebie. That's the plan, or down. There's only 20 seconds, Seymour. And Tatum can continue to apply the pressure. He just needs to stay alive.
Look at that. Burning all the utility just to make sure you drain this clock through the smoke. Satsy finds a spot open. Brings this down to a 2 versus 2. AWP still active for both sides. And just at the wrong time, Juxo brings out the util. Frizzy against the odds, and I think Satsi knows this one. Shot's gonna miss from both sides. Zoker gonna swing out, give some space, but the leg. 3 HP for Satsi, 42 for Frizzy. And Zoker just needs to play this towards the end. There's no kit. Frizzy knows this is over. He's gonna run, look to carry this AWP. Satsi's on the case, but Frizzy tucked away in CT spawn. And it seems like he's going to keep this one.
I say, though, he's going to be low. This pistol could do it.
Oh.
But it doesn't get there. That was a beautiful picture painted right around the body. Nice work from Frizzy, but it just wasn't enough. Zoker's timing on this push, and it couldn't have been better. I mean, Tony was looking for it, was trying to find the potential for that push through, but Zoker made his way forward before Why Not turned around, and so Alex fully caught off guard as see another half-buy type of round with Tatum the one taking the shots out mid to begin with. GMU.
Frizzy an underpass with an AWP, it is! Little reposition and it works out. Now burning to a crisp on a thin line of life. I don't know how Alex finds another with that CZ, but Crimson finally gonna take somebody down, and
just Tatum knows.
Zoker has totally miscued on this player. Tatum gonna give up his positioning, and now GMU a chance to maybe stabilize here with this information.
Yeah, they can stabilize. Well, not if Alex just gets a shot through the smoke like that. And Tatum to hold them off. Satsi is alone and now dead. What is this game? I mean, how many times have we just seen an eco / half-buy round with a single saved rifle come alive towards the end? I think that's the 3rd time.
Alex has to calm down. So I'm going to say that shot through the smoke, totally unwarranted by any audio, just blind firing. And it's perfectly on target. Swings out for that last kill as well. And Fisher, you can never count them out of this one. But yeah, you highlighted it. Alex going to bring out a double op setup for Fisher Falcons. One at A, and it seems like the second one just playing through mid. So they really want to make sure that nobody can walk through for free.
Alex, though, fully blinded off that flashbang.
Why not? Run down. The MAC-10 will collect the kill, but it is still the site getting the plant down most likely. And here comes the full wrath of the Falcons back. The HG's dunking down Molly to clear out Firebox, and Buddy will clip the head of Tatum. This down to a 2 versus 2, but nowhere for GMU to play. They're stuck in sandwich, and Satsi gonna have to go big here. One up top, and wanting to get that Frizzy, not the no-scope, but ready for the fight nonetheless. Fisher put 2 together.
I mentioned Frizzy, not at least last semester, the AWP player. Clearly that's changed. Whether that is for all the mounts or just for like Mirage, I don't actually know, but he is really doing a great job with it. And that apparently wasn't a no-scope, but nonetheless, GMU, I think they did well to get onto the site, Seymour, but they didn't have any utility. Once they got there, getting out was massive problems, and you could see them going down one by one as they had to swing wide.
Fisher just never really kept back there, and allows for, you know, fast retake, denial of any exits, and how they bring this down to 2. I mean, GMU, they have successfully guaranteed themselves an even half at minimum with the 6 rounds that they have garnered. Now Fisher relatively should bring this down to a 6-5 difference, but that last round is to be determined, and these are still pistols that we have seen finding kills that you just would never expect on the map. So you can't get them out just yet.
Electrifying gameplay right now from GMU. I did not expect to see GMU coming and just pound for pound equalizing some of the individual skill moments.
I mean, you can say the same about some of these members. Tatum feeling comfortable to walk down mid yet again. It's all up to Zoker. The first couple of shots are good, but won't be able to finish off the kill. And Fisher will bring this down to a 1-round difference. Heading into our last round of the half.
Been seeing some really good stuff from Southsea, by the way. He was always a big factor for this GMU team. Whenever Southsea was having a good game last semester, that was when I think they could be at their best. But and everybody's come out and playing incredibly strong at the moment. It's back to this mid control, Seymour. Frizzy's been everywhere and out through a smoke.
But even still, GMU have been very good at combating this aggression, and opening up with 2 quick kills is going to start to press the issue on these members. Frizzy gonna have to finesse his life here with AWP, not expecting the run up from behind out of Buddy. So the refrag onto his comrade. 4 versus 2. Bomb planted. Alex dead to rights. Going to be able to manage 1 frag before going down. It's all up to Juxo, and he's being reflanked yet again. This time by Crimson, and he plays it patiently. The trigger discipline on the first member, Buddy, but that flank from Crimson quickly able to sweep it under the rug for a 7-5 half.
This game has been utter chaos, Seymour. I feel like we haven't even gotten into a groove of anything. Everybody just coming out and playing ultra aggressive, whether that be GMU pushing forward towards mid, or Fisher fighting for that mid area, or closing the distance out over at A. It's been all over the place. And I mean, let's just check back in. Like, expectations for this matchup, we set them pretty clear. GMU coming in as the underdog, but they walk away with a bit of a lead. Small, but a lead nonetheless.
It's now carrying this lead over into the CT side where, you know, you could more often than not flourish. And many teams do. And is this Fisher maybe starting off a little bit slow, coming out with, you know, bringing Juxo off the bench to hop in for Refuser for this matchup? Maybe a little bit unplanned. How much practice have they been getting with their substitutes heading into this tournament? So it could be some kind of a slow warm-up for the Falcons.
That being said, you could say it was a bit slow. There was moments where you really started to see how impressive the likes of Alex, specifically, you know, some of those shots were fantastic. Frizzy on the AWP was really strong. I think the confidence that he was showing on the angles, he was absolutely ready to roll and delivering in most of those situations. Even when he was missing the shots, he was in position to take a moment, reset, and come back. That is all good signs for Fisher College. Falcons making themselves known and putting themselves out there. I think that their confidence is at an all-time high.
I don't want to take anything away from GMU. You know, Patriots are playing fantastic. I think Satsy has had a great first half. You know, Shipsy, their, you know, newest player, like you said, replacing Jake Cracker, has clutched up already on Mirage. And even Crimson opening up a lot of these rounds with some frags. So, you know, GMU have been playing exceptional on their map of choice. And heading into the CT side, now let's see if they can expand on this and possibly take a map off of one of the best teams we have in Collegiate. Counter-Strike, Shipsy quickly for the refrag, and it's going to sit in a 4-on-4, but Fisher ready to just explode out onto towards A, where Buddy is waiting. 3 taps of a USP, and the Doolies close it out.
Buddy's a madman. That adjustment, not the first shot, that one was great. But the second shot, a little 1-2 punch coming out of Palace, and they just get demolished. Fisher had no chance. Couldn't even shoot back, Seymour. GMU, they are stomping all over Fisher Falcons' game plan at the moment, and I don't see a world where that is going to change in this coming round, considering it's Glocks sans Frizzy's Deeg, which we both know is a bit of a terrifying prospect, but regardless, I think that this adjustment from GMU, going back to Mirage, despite the fact that, you know, last time these two teams met, they lost it, really puts you in a good position to understand the Patriots' mindset. I mean, I mentioned when I asked their coach, I was talking about the change after picking up a second place at NACE last semester, only losing out to RIT. You know, I asked, what's the reason for the change? And his answer was telling. It was, you know, we think we kind of hit the ceiling for where we could be. last semester. We took a gamble, and we're hoping that we can step that up coming this spring.
This is the Patriots that we're getting off this gamble, I think, is the right call to make. We're going to have the rifles out for Fisher now. The AK's at the ready. Shipsy going to be able to find one with the MP9 before dropping, and that's going to slow down the Falcons as they try to hop onto A now, get this bomb planted. Going to
Or not.
actually fall off the sites, and well, Alex is starting to take some space up towards Apps. Maybe a call to wrap over to B.
They fully disengaged from the A side at this point. And CTs are about to find that out, though maybe if they don't push too far, they won't have as confirmed information. Regardless, Fisher group back up. It is Alex leading the charge. It'll be a B split, ultimately. And I like this adjustment. It spreads back thin the defense.
Buddy ready for the fights, and a little bit of damage from Zoker, but Buddy won't be able to get anything done with it. Zoker will be able to refrag this, and Crimson takes one down before he drops. And look at the health onto both of these members. Zoker on 14, Satsi on 12. It's a very thin line for GMU to walk to. Try to clutch up now in this 2 versus 2, but Zoker gets an angle and brings Alex into a 1 versus 2, who has repositioned all the way out to Catwalk. See if he can find some timing onto 1, but it's both members retaking from Market, and now Alex is going to know. Ready for the tap. Listening for this moment. Zassy's not going to be here. Zoker gets shot from behind. Time draining away, and the kit is available, but it just doesn't seem like Alex is going to let this happen. Swings out, confirms the round, and keeps this as a 3-round margin.
And the player with the most experience in the entire server, you put him in the 1v2 like that, that is exactly where Alex will win you rounds just about every time. Played to perfection. The adjustment back towards B was a strong one as well for Fisher College. Taking that space and ultimately winning out the round. You can notice that Alex betting on himself as well. The cat plant, not necessarily always going to be what you see.
When you're a player of this caliber, sometimes all you need to do is bet on yourself, Vincent. And I think that's what we really narrowed down on this Falcons team on our pregame, is that when you look at them on pen and paper, I mean, it's a star-studded roster, and you just can look at each and every one of these individuals and expect them to clutch up in 1v2s, in 1v3s, and, you know, 1v3 may be a stretch, but in 1v2s like that, you can see just how good these members are.
Now for GMU, though, I think the individual moments have actually been the most impressive for me, just because, you know, you come into this game and you expect GMU to be, I'm going to use the word competent, but they've been clinical when it comes to their aim duels. I thought that that's potentially where Fisher would really outshine GMU, and that hasn't been the case. And I think that all that credit goes to GMU coming in prepared and ready to play on a map that can be really scrimmy, can be really individualistic.
Yeah. It's a very good look too. It's a very good feeling to have when you look later on down the line, when you possibly have to match up against a team like Northwood, another team who is, you know, quite similar in the sense of they are mechanically inclined as individuals, and if you can play a team like that at a similar level, it is going to make your game a whole lot easier.
Playing up to the Falcons at the moment are GMU, and Fisher going to keep it simple here. It's just an egg tech. They've got the utility. They've got the smokes already put out. There's really not much that GMU can do about it.
Shipsy shows some respect too. Falls off of Ticket. Going to be playing down it towards CT. Flash out. Swing from Alex in the MAC-10 runs him down. It's a lot of cash in the pocket. And a player down for GMU. And after the retake, Zoker taking an incredible amount of damage, but expecting the aggression out of Juxo. Frizzy knocked down to 8 HP. But take a look at this play from Alex. The full wrap through CT. Nobody's expecting this, but Buddy has an idea. He turns around. He's going to check off that box. Now for the retake. Kits on Buddy, but nobody else. And they are rushing on forward. Frizzy for the front line. Zoker shuts him down and lines up the other with the help of Crimson. GMU trail back in and find double digits.
That's just such a phenomenal round from Zoker. I love to see Zoker playing that position on stairs with such an eye for the push through. Fisher College have been aggressive consistently throughout this game, and you can see it there with the flash, you know, that Alex gets to move all the way forward. Zoker, he might be sitting behind a smoke, but he's prepared for anybody to come around the corner, and despite his low HP, he's still looking and waiting and delivers in a big way. Love that from him, and that allows for GMU to get right back on the horse, picking up double digits. Now, Fisher College, a little bit less aware. Look at their money. It's not quite busted, but it isn't great.
This is getting really scrappy off the start of these rounds. Just Fisher College scraping the way at whatever they can put together and making it work. Op in the hand of Frizzy. Okay, with Alex, why not? It's going to be brought down to 2 HP, and Satsy will have to fall off this mid-window take, and looks like Frizzy is going to be expecting the cross. Satsy's going to lose their life for it.
Man, just the timing on that swing was a little bit off. Satsy had a flash set up for them, but for whatever reason, didn't swing whilst it was effective. Frizzy had the vision back by the time the swing comes through, and suddenly Fisher with the man advantage. They have mid control.
Have a lot of control to Abs it was. No, Crimson falls out, goes to Catwalk, and he's going to be able to feed this information over towards Shipsy.
No.
Would have loved to get that kill, but this is where Shipsy can really shine, hiding away in Palace. Frizzy seems like they're expecting this as well. Bomb going to be tapped, and Shipsy gives it away. Won't be able to stop this bomb from going down, and why not finishes it off. 2 HP, but it doesn't matter. Playing it safe towards Ticket.
That's some great, just good mindset there from Fisher. Not being too committed to that area. Also, you know, you haven't killed the A guy. That A guy has to be somewhere. He's either coming flank mid, and Fisher waited for like 30 seconds for that to come through. And when it didn't, there's really only 2 places he can be. That's CT, and that's forward on the A site, whether that be either in Palace or in ramp. So good awareness. Fisher back on the map. We're gonna see another eco, this time by GMU, but Tatum just about caught off guard. He does recover, and that should be the start that Fisher need for hopefully a relatively clean anti-eco. There's been very few of those though.
A fully clear Satsy in this corner. It's gonna take some real discipline to locate this one, but Satsy's gone unchecked and making minimal noise as well, but still, why not gonna turn around? Knows that they haven't cleared that zone, and it's going to be another round for Fisher here with the bomb planted. It's just a matter of time. Shipsy looking to do a little bit extra damage with this AK picked up, but everybody's surrounding him, collapsing, and he finds yet another kill. Now Fisher has to be careful because Shipsy is knocking them down, and they do not have the cash to really lose the rest of these guns.
No, they don't. Frizzy is a little bit stuck here. Should be able to get out of this situation, and well, Alex will have the confirmation on this kill surely, but he's even gonna go for the knife. I guess that'll make up for it a little bit.
That's after the bomb explodes too.
Not gonna be a big deal though for GMU, or at least it shouldn't be. Their money should be okay.
A bigger deal for Fisher to lose 3 members after that. I mean, what was that? Shipsy found 3 at the end there. That was a 1v5. Kind of cut down the bag, and you can start to see exactly, you know, why this replacement has come out from Shipsy, obviously bringing some firepower to GMU that is looking to elevate them.
And it's not just Shipsy though that's bringing the firepower. I think it's been impressive from just about everybody. Again, I can't undersell you the fact that coming into this matchup, you expect for nobody should be able to be stepping up to like Frizzy or Alex or Tatum, really. That should be the reality. You know, when it comes to the individual duels, it should be pretty clear cut, at least on paper. But
Buddies,
that's not been the
making
case.
a good case for you, Vincent. Tell you that. SG at range, buddy knocks off another tally for his kill marker and gets away with the AWP picked up from Frizzy's corpse.
Buddy's so clean with it. Some really crispy shots coming out from him all throughout this map.
Turning things on a dime for sure. Tatum in trouble. Won't even get to sight. Buddy, another kill in the round. That's 3. And Wynott's got nowhere to go. I mean, there's still a minute left in the round. And it's all down to 1.
I think Wynott's been a little bit limited in this game, but it seems to me as well, with the role changes and everything, he's now much more of a supportive element than he was previously. Which does make sense when you have the star power, all around you. Shipsy will catch a timing.
Gonna be able to upgrade too from that MP9 at the end. I was a little bit worried that Gypsy may have been stuck with that at the end, but that is an impressive round from GMU.
Money's still on the cusp, though, of being broken, so it's just 1 round really required for Fisher to bring this back. They're, what, 2K, almost 3K on Gypsy, who's got the most cash of anybody. It's important to keep the winning ways up and back to business for mid for Fisher.
Rounds back and forth, a couple in a row. Gypsy gonna, sorry, Satsy gonna open up mid-window smoke and sees absolutely nothing. Zoker in a little bit of an issue, still makes the best out of it. The smoke finds Alex, and Buddy's gonna go for the swing. It's a 2-for-1 trade, opening up mid.
This is huge now. GMU just got to fall back, and in fact, they've got information on the Tatum. They know exactly where Fisher are at when it comes to their aggression in this last round. And we're just about to approach that 1-minute mark, so there's time for GMU to just fall back, wait, and play contact.
They've lost in these positions before, Vincent, in this map in particular. I feel like it comes off of that eagerness to get into the action, find and hunt down these players.
Look at the util. Fisher have no smokes. How are they going to make an exec? They're just going to have to rely on their individual prowess. And on the other side, GMU have like 3 smokes left and 3 mollies.
They've still played it so patiently. They haven't even left from their original positions or rotated. So these sites are fully reinforced. And Fisher are going to have to go big to disrupt it. Shipsy in hell. Sassy on ticket. Sitting in CT with that AWP. Slow approach from Fisher is going to be spotted. Shipsy lines up 2, puts all 3 down in the blender. And that brings GMU to match point.
That's incredible. Incredibly clean. And GMU now have 3 chances to close this one out. Zoker's ambition there to start things out maybe gets the better of him in that second engagement, but he had the support. It was all good. Still a much better trade for the GMU squad. And look at Fisher. No plants, no money. It's down to Tech 9s, Mac 10s, a Deagle here and there.
Whatever you can throw at them. You need to make it happen more than ever. GMU on their map pick, looking to start off against Fisher with a map victory. Gypsy's going to drop a molly at their feet. Zoker flash, still gets one. Why not's going to break through, but making something out of this is going to be the difficult part. On triple, Tatum gets the bomb down, and Alex is going to bring this to a 4v4, but the trades now with the rifles. Tatum's looking to shut it out. 2v2, now down to Satsy. Swaps over to an M4, but it's a 1v1, and Alex has an M4 of his own all the way down to 18. HG's going to miss. And you have a chance here if you're Alex. All the way on the height now, waiting for Satsy to walk through the smoke. And it will not be a clutch for Alex this time. It seems like Satsy has just enough to get the defuse and start GMU on their map pick with a win.
I mean, I am blown away with this performance from GMU. I can't lie. I came into this thinking that Fisher had a relatively easy game coming into GMU. I mean, GMU always have a chance to step up. I know that from seeing them last semester, but it was looking grim when we were setting up this game. But I mean, they came out and they absolutely dominated in a way that I just couldn't have expected. And I think a lot of credit due to the individuals stepping up. I think that was the crux of where I was coming from, was will the individuals be able to continue to fire enough to meet Fisher where they're at? And the answer was yes.
It really is, and it's why we highlighted at the start that if GMU are going to take this win over Fisher and move in towards that winner's final to play either Oklahoma Christian or Northwood, it's going to be off of some pretty distinct individuals and stepping up majorly in this map number 1. I mean, you look at Buddy, first of all, who was opening up a lot of these rounds with some kills, but also Zoker, 22 and 13 here we see in this round, and it was only round 13. And on top of that, Shipsy, who has just recently been added to this roster, looking very polished, very sharp, and confident.
I mean, yeah, Buddy cannot be missed when it comes to trying to take these early mid engagements. He was consistently there, but I think Zoker is the guy to talk about. The biggest factor individually with Zoker just coming out with some really impressive multi-frag rounds. Everybody else had their moments. This one from Shipsy especially, kind of the nail in the coffin, a little dagger into the side of Fisher College. But man, I can't wait to see what we have to continue with, because I thought Mirage was going to be, I think, the hardest map for GMU to step up to individually, because it can be so scrimmy, because, you know, you just get, if you opt into taking those fights out mid, a lot of times the player with a little bit more experience that you tend to expect to come away with it will do so. That wasn't the case here.
No, not at all. 13-9 on Mirage. You highlighted that, you know, GMU, they're playing at their best when they are confident. I mean, it doesn't, I get more confident than that when you're looking them taking their map win against Fisher in that case. Heading into Ancient for our map number 2, it's going to be very difficult, I'd say, for GMU to continue, but with the momentum that they've gained from map 1, it should be a very interesting one, folks. We're going to head to a quick little break while we set things up for our second map of this series. We'll see you soon with some more Rally Cry Collegiate Series.
We get how uncertain the future is. We've come of age in a complex world, face to face with problems we didn't create. So what's gonna happen next? We are. Because our future is the future. The life we have chosen has prepared us for this. So we're going to build bridges and hospitals in a day. We're going to save families from disasters and feed those left in the cold. We're going to do all this and more because we have an appointment with destiny. We invite you to join us. The next greatest generation is now.
Back our way to the Rally Cry Collegiate Series presented by the Army National Guard. And for Counter-Strike 2, we're heading to our second week of matches, and we've already gotten through our first map of the day. What a surprise. What a pleasant surprise it is that we see GMU taking down Fisher College on their map pick of Mirage, something that you and I thought would be incredibly difficult considering the amount of firepower that Fisher has. We thought it would be skewed into their favor a little bit, especially considering the map that Mirage tends to be like, but that was not the case at all. I mean, GMU, they really stepped up. A couple of these players really showed out in map 1.
Yeah, in particular, I think Zoker is the guy to talk about. He actually is the in-game leader of this GMU team, and he was really impressive. Came in, I think, dropping like 25-ish, something in that ballpark. But it was the impact that he was finding alongside some individuals as well. Southsea, we tend to expect, but we hadn't seen too much from Shipsy yet because they're new coming into this semester. They delivered, and I mean, who we couldn't really continue without talking about the dynamic way that mid control is being found, and a lot of that thanks to Buddy.
Yeah, no, and that's not going to stop with map 1. I mean, you're looking into map number 2 now, and we're heading to Ancient. The map choice of Fisher. They're going to start on the T side, GMU start on the CT side, but kind of wrapping your heads around, you know, the similarities maybe from map 1 and map 2 is going to come off of that mid control that we've seen a lot go back and forth between these two teams, and I think that's going to be very, I guess, big talking point for you and I heading into this map number 2. And Fisher, they need to find a way to really, I guess, shut down these players, because now with the confidence behind GMU, I'm sure it will not stop with that map 1.
Yeah, I think that there's two sides to this coin. The first of which is, you know, it didn't feel like we really saw Fisher playing badly. Like they weren't like losing outright. Frizzy was really connecting on the AWP. I thought that Tatum had some big moments. But realistically, I need them to find a little bit more in the tank. You know, my thought of firepower being able to be overwhelming for GMU, a lot of that was having to do with Refuser being in the server with Juxo there, who actually played very well. It just wasn't quite the case, especially when you swap up the roles, and I think why not in position now where he can be a little bit less dominant without the AWP. Of course, I mean, maybe that will change coming into Ancient, but it absolutely is the big question marks for Fisher, because we know they have it in them. We know that they can continue to push forward, and they pick Ancient for a reason. They are a strong Ancient team.
Oh, yeah. And, you know, without a doubt in my mind, I mean, this has the making of a map 3, and heading, if it does go to Anubis, that's where you said that this might be a little bit dangerous for GMU. And I mean, in your eyes, do you think that if GMU want to see themselves in the winners finals, is this going to have to be a 2-0?
You know, I don't think so. I think it does get dicey on Anubis, but that's only because I'm making an educated guess. I think that there's a pretty sneaky good Anubis for Fisher. That's not to say GMU are bad at it. I think that realistically, though, Ancient is where Fisher are at some of their most confident, at some of their best. They played a lot of Vertigo last season, but Ancient was a close second.
Yeah, so gonna have to see if, you know, Patriots have been brushing up on their homework for Ancient for the second map. I think it's going to be really important to see some of these players, you know, play quite similar to what we saw in that map number 1. I think if the one thing I do want to say that I'm really impressed with is, you know, Shipsy coming into this one. If the case was for GMU that they did feel like they hit their ceiling back last season after a second place finish at the NACE National Championships, this change with Shipsy coming in has opened up a very new door. And it seems like that door is kind of giving them so many opportunities to take or combat against some big teams. And if this is the case, if this is the GMU that we're going to be seeing, who's next for them to take down in some of these maps? Who's next to, you know, play up to? I mean, this is a very sharp GMU Patriots.
Yeah, it absolutely is. Though, by the way, I just think it's very funny, so I'm going to bring it up. There's a lot of IGLs or former IGLs on this Fisher roster. So you got a lot of big brains over there. I'm just saying that they are going to have some adjustments to be certain. I know, you know, Tatum previously was in-game leading this. Alex has come in, is now the in-game leader. I know Why Not has been an in-game leader at one point or another in his playing career. I don't know about Frizzy or Juxo, but I'm just saying there's some big brains.
big brains, and I mean, I feel like you need some of these big brains to control some of the power that you have behind this team as well. So, putting that to work on Ancient, this is a weird map too, because when you look at Ancient, in general, as newer than most maps into the pool of comfort. I feel like this has really slipped into a lot of comfort picks for some teams. But,
Yeah.
In the case of, Fisher, still bringing it out in Collegiate, I mean, we talk about it being a comfort pick for teams outside of Collegiate. Now, inside of Collegiate, you think about teams who may still be on the norms. And, I am not confident to say that, Patriots are going to be ready for this as Fisher are ready for this.
Yeah, I don't know. And I think it actually, I hate to kind of go back to the same well, but I do have to ask the question, are we going to continue to see the same level from all of the individuals on GMU? This is an example of Mirage where it all did go right. And that's great. That's what you hope for. But you also have to ask the question, is that going to be seen consistently or throughout this series? All TBD. So jump into it. It's going to be Fisher College actually on the T side to start things out as GMU find themselves on the defense.
And lightning has struck. The big question is, will it strike twice? For GMU, it looks like they're being rushed on over towards A. Zoker tail tucked between the legs, is going to be actually caught in the exit and still at range. Alex dominating these duels. The bomb has been planted, and GMU, they don't want to waste any time. They're going to get right back into this one, but it will not last against Fisher in the confidence that is that A take.
And there it is. First time as well that GMU have been felled in a pistol round. They picked them both up back on Mirage. And it's utter aggression here from Fisher College. I think that this is one way to really catch GMU, not off guard, but out of sorts, right? If you can get up in their face, which Ancient really allows for pretty consistently, then I think that Fisher, they have the players to make that style happen, to make that work as we get into a
I'm glad I'm not the only one who's confused about this. I was looking at Alex's money, and then I was looking at GMU's money, and I'm like, something is wrong.
Yeah.
I'm like,
no doubt.
I'm like, if Alex has 16K in his pocket, how come we're only seeing a pistol in the first round? Like, pull out something big. But no, it seems like we're going to have to fix a little bit of the money on both sides here. So I'm sure that's exactly what these players or what the admins are talking about. And yeah, they're going to get a reset in that round. Is it a reset of the full game for this one? So GMU are going to have maybe a chance. No, they're not going to have a chance to do it again.
They might just replay it or put the rounds back as they were. Regardless, I think it's a good time as well though to talk about Alex a little bit more, right? I mean, he's a guy with a lot of Counter-Strike experience, and coming in as a Swedish guy who's coming to Fisher and started to put together some really impressive gameplay in the first map. I mean, our expectations were high, but I think he, as much as we've been talking about like not seeing expectations be delivered on for this Fisher team, he actually did deliver in a lot of ways.
I don't want to, it's not so kind of correct to say, they didn't deliver in those expectations, because 13-9, it's a close game. It's all in all, that was the map pick of GMU. So, it should have been a little bit favored over towards GMU if that's where they wanted to go to. But, we're just kind of speculating that, when Fisher steps into the server, they're going to walk in and they're going to dominate. Now, they didn't have Refuser in there. May have been a case where they didn't have every piece of the puzzle within this team. And, again, I'll kind of go back to, although Juxo was on the team last semester, how much have they been practicing with Juxo on their team still with the new changes that they have made? So, albeit the comfort is still there, knowing that he was a piece of the puzzle in the past, but, things change, and I'm sure this team has evolved. We can already see roles changing within Fisher, and, everything may not have been all together in that map number one. And you want to look at comfort, for a team who is looking to make Juxo as comfortable as possible, it's heading into this map number 2 for Fisher. This is where, Fisher are going to look to step in here and kind of, I don't want to say get carried away and maybe, sail with a very dominant win in map number 2, but this is where I do have expectations for them to step up big time.
Fair enough. GMU are back in business with their pistols only, but set back the way it should have been.
Not 16K in their pocket.
Yeah, exactly. It's actually kind of interesting, right? Thinking about this map pool and everything. I would say both Mirage and Ancient in some of the upper echelon of the preference pool for maps for both teams. Ancient in particular is strong for both squads. But Mirage not out of the world of the normal.
Zoker.
Fisher.
It's one and some damage too. First down to 33. Juxo looking to clean up the rest with Tatum. It's going to be a very swift turnaround now, and not expecting Crimson to be in the corner, but will be able to secure that kill with the MAC-10. So all things considered, a very swift round from Fisher.
Zoker putting it back together though and looking quite precise on the USP. Back in the same sort of business he was working for on the previous game. Previous map over on Mirage, but I'm looking for Fisher to really set the tone in this gun round. I think that they need to get up in the face of GMU, and if GMU can stop them, you might be seeing another close matchup.
Oh my. Praise there from Alex and Zoker. Nice flash out, but Juxo blind still secures the kill and is going to open up this map a little bit for Fisher College to start working their way over towards B. Only one player to really stop them. Crimson playing aggressive as well. Drops the smoke and they're going to have this M4 ready to fight.
Oh, that's massive from Zoker. That's the mid presence now fully gone.
Crimson's not even going to get anything done. Tatum going to make sure of that. Shipsy now in 2 versus 3 going to be quickly looking to stop this plant. Does the Molotov spread far enough? It does actually push them into Zoker, who through the smoke collects not just Tatum, but Juxo as well. Frizzy, a 1v2 that we've seen in the past, but Zoker's going to not make sure that that does not happen this time. Frizzy caught looking the wrong way. A 3 or an ace out of Zoker, actually. A little, I'd say, unnoticed ace coming out of him, but a big one at that.
I mean, I feel like we're seeing a version of Zoker that I really haven't seen before. He's just so consistent. And yeah, both of those players' HP bars were low that he picked up through the smoke. But the first opening engagement and then that position up against Why Not in the smoke as it fades, all of that just phenomenal from Zoker. Pick up an ace. Fisher College stopped in the gun round. That's what I was asking about. Will they be stopped, or will they be able to push far forward and catch GMU off guard? The answer is no.
Not yet, at least. What a spam from Frizzy. Crimson's already down to 7, buddy. Maybe an inkling of idea to walk out on this one, but you lose out on mid-presence, and now Buddy swings, finds Frizzy. Oh, almost gets the better of Juxo as well, but Zoker quickly there to refrag, and they've given up the A site. Tatum has broken through, but
oh, this is cavalry. Okay, Tatum's not going to go all the way forward. I thought that position from Tatum would have been bested, but Zoker still finding fights.
Not going for the plant, but still out of the open and listening, waiting patiently. Zoker, another set of kills to really step up for GMU. You said the highlight focus of Mirage was Zoker and the presence that he had in the server, and that has not stopped so far on Ancient.
Someone heckin' stop this guy. He is outrageous right now. I mean, an ace in the first gun round, and on top of that, picks up even more in the follow-up. So Fisher College on to the Deagles, a couple of Glocks, I think, in the fray as well.
Has to be. Actually, like they wanted to pick up the pace and get fast to B, but they've stopped with a little bit of map control.
Well, actually, they ran into a bunch of utility that GMU put together. That place was really just carpeted with fire moments ago.
Well, it seems like the carpet cleaner comes through, and now it's going to be the smoke to bloom, buddy. Looking to isolate some of these members, and he will. Why not? Walks right into the spray through mid. Soaker, hands full with 2. Molotov will be able to give him some space to breathe, but more importantly, it's going to back off Fisher and kind of send him packing and slipping into these sites. Shipsy does not spot the cross into Donut from Alex.
He may have missed out on the timing, though, but he's still going to be incredibly suspicious of these positions. And Fisher College, just a full reset. They do have Frizzy and Tatum's Deagles, so I like that they're adjusting back over towards main. It'll potentially give them a chance to work that a little bit easier.
Ain't quite the issue. Back on Mirage. Soaker's got to be careful not to give them anything here, but he will. 3v3, and the bomb going down. M4 recovered, and you still have Tatum and Frizzy with these Deagles.
They've gotten into post plants too. Doubled up, one towards big box, and actually, it's a little bit aggressive from Tatum, but he's going to get back all the way deep into Donut. This is massive.
Crimson knows, though. At least where 2 of them are. Frizzy's the only one that's gone unchecked, but Satsy's going to remove him, and Crimson finishes off Donut. An incredible 2-piece there from Crimson to quite save the day. The information as well from the rest of the team quickly to get back into form. Brought down to a 3v3, but the Patriots, at least they do good at not giving anything more up to Fisher.
Gotta really respect some of these aim duels as well. This feels so bad for Why Not. It's just, you toss your hands up and say, what can I do there? Instantly gets headshot. The only answer is don't swing, and he was trying to close the distance, but here we go again. Chipsy on the MP9. So could have bought into a better weapon, but instead they have Satsa with the op, and will take a shot through and not find anything. It is all GMU. They've given up mid, though, in order to take that presence towards
Crimson's got to be careful.
cave.
He has been losing the sprayed battle through that wall. A lot of damage has been taken here from GMU, but they're still going to open up with a frag onto Why Not. And
What?
where did that come from? Wait, Shifty's all the way in their spawn.
I can't believe Shipsy got away with that kill. And Zoker on an off angle. Juxo had no idea. They're stuck. They're so stuck right now. There's no map control for Fisher. Seymour, they have to go B or fight their way out through mid.
Yeah, and one's even a little bit better than the other. Now that Satsy has burnt to a crisp, Frizzy is going to walk on site and eliminate Crimson. Joker against the odds. They line up, but together they take him down, and that's going to put Shipsy in somewhat an unwinnable situation, but you look at the gun in his hand, you look at the health on the other team, and you think there's a chance Shipsy's going to spot Alex, and we're going to close the distance. Scavenges an AK off the ground, no kit to work with, but he has spotted Frizzy, and now it's down to 1. Tatum, the dunk in the HE, does not hit. Shipsy's going to tap it.
Oh, he might have. Oh, that's tough. I think Tatum didn't know he was on it. And there's no time.
It's just no time.
None whatsoever.
The kit was just so far away, and Tatum does exactly what he needs to do in that moment. Plays it patiently, plays the clock, and holds on to his life.
I don't know that Tatum actually heard Shipsy get on the bomb. I think the flash popped right as that was happening. So it was a world where if Shipsy stuck it and Tatum doesn't swing, it would have been his.
Pixels.
Valiant effort.
Pixels for Shipsy to hit that last shot onto Tatum.
It's brutal as well, because that resets GMU Patriots economy. They are right back down into the half by Deagle by territory, at least an AK in hand.
Hero Rifle and Shipsy playing in Donut. And fortunately enough for GMU, this looks like it's going to be an A execute. So Chipsy will have the time of day to fight for this. It's just really down to the Deagles. Will they land their shot? Zoker's going to turn around. Better of Why Not as well. Looking for more. Playing away. Backs up. Damage done for Chipsy to take down a second, but that's the rifle taken down.
3-on-3. They're getting back into position, but it's pretty slow rotation, specifically from Buddy, who's going to find nobody home inside of Donut, at least initially. Now, Molly might give him some info.
The smoke is going to make it hard for the retake, and now you've lost your Donut control, so boost time for Sassy. Over the smoke we go, right into the arms of Juxo. Finishes off the round for Fisher, brings the lead their way for the first time so far in the series. I'm pretty sure they did not lead on Mirage at all, if I'm not mistaken. They were always trailing somewhat.
I'm trying to think back. I think they had a 1-round lead at some point, but I'm not
confident
certain.
on that.
I should know, but I don't. So we're just gonna move along.
If anything, it was like a 3-2 lead.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what I was thinking, potentially.
That was way too long ago.
Yeah. Felt like we've seen like an entire movie come out in front of us in between then and now.
It looks like they're walking the red carpet of flames onto B this time. Pushing Buddy back. Arms reach. Tatum. Alex. Grouped together. 3 members of Fisher.
Buddy!
Starting to work their way in, and Buddy is just taking so much damage here. He has no idea. He's going to get shot in the back. Zoker now looking for the exit, and Crimson comes to his rescue.
Crimson may have just saved this.
Joker's blind. Can't go down now. Absolutely cannot go down, but Frizzy still catches him.
But Shipsy's got a timing. If he goes through the smoke or denies the plant, it's all gonna be good. But no, the Molly, it's too deep.
Frizzy gets away. Juxo on the aggressive angle. Why Not in cave? A little bit of an off angle, and that's good enough to get one for Why Not. Still full HP. Frizzy's the one that is troublemaker here, but Sassy only has the AWP, and gonna have to go deep for this one without a kit. There's just no time to make it happen. Frizzy's gonna go down. Sassy's gonna tap it, and he's gonna hold it with the kit.
Oh my goodness!
Ridiculous gutsy plays coming out from Sassy.
He drops the nade, and he doesn't even go back to ensure that death is coming to that ramp player. No, he's just on the bomb, holding the defuse. Oh my goodness. They had a single kit in this round, GMU, and it's that kit that saves the day with Sassy behind the wheel.
It's moments like that that are going to get you wins against a team like Fisher. Sassy stepping up majorly to bring this back to a tie game. And Frizzy still with the AWP, a little bit furious off that. They're going to actually fight for it over towards B, and Tatum breaks through it too. Zoker all the way tucked back in towards their CT spawn will get the better of Tatum, who bites off a little bit more than they can chew, and this is going to bring it into a 3 versus 2, almost a 2v2, but Juxo hits the shot.
Man, Zoker pre-firing that nearly got away with it, and Shipsy's in another winnable scenario.
Get on the block. But the flash is out. It's so good. Why Not plays perfectly off of his support. Alex from downtown delivers a freebie. That brings Fisher back into the lead.
And that puts GMU back on their hind legs, unfortunately. Look at how broken their econ is. They are taking a time out into this because, well, they're on double save. So the question of do they force buy into this one is probably at hand. Man, Tatum's saving the day, by the way.
Really saving the day.
I mean, there was a player close on the site, and Tatum gets the trade instantly. Here it is. Look at that, how swift that shot is. Like, Buddy had no chance to even shoot back. He gets the first kill, and Tatum is instantly, as the body's falling.
Not only that, Juxo doing one better, scavenging the AWP off the ground and actually fighting for the players coming from CT and putting them into a 1v2. Why Not gets the bomb down, and Alex just knows that he can support from afar. And Fisher Definitely looking a whole lot better here. Still holding on to their lead and now looking to take their battles over towards A. Alex paving the way for the rest of the team. And Tatum is just walking through Donut. Nobody to bother him at all in the spawn of the CTs. And going to be able to put some extra cash in his pocket.
Doesn't look like it, but this is a force buy. GMU have invested all their cash into this round. They're going to save in the next one and then get a full buy in the final round of the half. That's going to be the plan. Crimson hoping to just walk away with this deal, maybe get a gun. They're being hunted, that's for certain.
Not a big fan of this force buy from GMU. Ultimately, you're gambling on the idea of finishing the half at a 7-5 deficit.
Well, the biggest problem with this is, hold on a second. Alex has fake flashed with his pistol more than anyone else in the server. It's been like 5 times I've seen him do that. But anyway, point to be made with GMU, right? They had 1,400, 1,700. They weren't going to be able to get a full buyout next round regardless. So it's 2 bad choices. Either get a chance to win with the force buy now and then full save the next, or
give
save
the rounds
twice.
up altogether. So, staring down the barrel of a 7-5 half, GMU looking to make some magic happen like we saw back on Mirage, and it's going to have to be something miraculous. On the other side, I mean, talk about quite the bounce back. The rebound from Fisher has been quite expected, but even still very dominant from a lot of these players. Alex, being one of them as he picks up a casual 3 there. Really kind of landing into this entry role on Ancient where nobody really has to assist with them other than when it comes down to supporting with their util. Alex is doing so good on these entries.
I mean, I think it's just Alex is doing good on every engagement he's taking. And it's what's crazy is it just looks so very clean, Not going for the reload. Just going to keep taking the shots. A little tapping away. I think that's the flair that Fisher I expected from them and that we didn't see really back on Mirage. They're getting into it now.
It's also just the decisiveness to hit a site and hit it together. I don't think GMU are really keeping up with this. Wow, is a weird nade. It bounced up. You see that?
Yeah, sometimes if you toss it a little too deep, that can happen over at ramp. Buddy has got to stop burning alive to that molly.
He's got Crimson. Always good for at least one. On a crossfire now with Buddy. Gotta play this properly, but Tatum playing off the flash. Zoker here for the support, and it's down to a 2 versus 3. Alex has on his way through. Smokes Plume. The bomb's gonna start working its way to site. Zoker on 21, Shipsy on 29. Not a lot of health to live with, but we've seen them clutch in the past, and it's not out of the cards just yet.
Yeah, final round of the half. Gotta go for it. Biggest issue is there's no kit.
You're gonna smoke off Cave. Juxo's the one on low HP. He's just gonna sit safe and secure. Or Frizzy. Weird angle to be on the AWP, but it's not gonna come down to that. Juxo lines them both up, and Fisher finished the half 8-4 at the advantage in their map pick.
And with that as well, it recontextualizes the opening salvo of rounds, right? You think back and why were GMU able to win? And there's really one answer, and that's Zoker. He was at 13 frags after round 5, if I'm not mistaken, ended the half at 14. And that's not a criticism of Zoker, but it is an understanding that Fisher College were losing to him, not to GMU.
We head into the second half. Fisher, good to find that first pistol of the game. GMU, they did win both pistols back on Mirage, so start with the pistol here. You start to climb your way back slowly but surely on Ancient. Your T side, they're going to smoke off CT. Frizzy dualies in Donut. Buddy wants to dance. Doesn't clear to his right, though, and that's going to cost him. Shipsy quickly to refrag that one, and Crimson going to give them the edge. 3 versus 4 for the retake. Fisher going to have to really harness the power of these USPs and click on some heads. Juxo, first one in through Donut, taking the battle, tucked between two. Shipsy's gonna finish it, and nowhere to go for these Fisher players. Just the numbers and the power of GMU looking to give them this pistol, and there's just no time. Alex gonna have to hunt these kills. Crimson snucks away with his life there, tucked and waiting patiently for a chance to strike.
They were able to really harness the power of Donut, actually, at the end of the day. That crossfire was fantastic. Not to mention the fact that the setup had one player towards the back site where, big box is and ready for anybody to walk through CT or through Temple, rather, and have the crossfire there as well. It's a solid setup for their first round. A little post-plant scenario. And GMU, I mean, they have only USBs to deal with.
It's a little bit of a write-off round. And
A little bit.
This is, I'd say, exactly what you wanted to have happen if you're GMU at the end of that half. I'm sure you talked about it. You win the pistol, and it's going to notably bring this down to a 2-round difference. And it gives you a fighting chance at Ancient. You lose that pistol, Vincent, and you're saying bye-bye Ancient and hello Anubis coming up next.
There is some question marks, though, for me. How many times have you seen somebody perform like Zoker did in the first half and continue at that same rate into the second? It's pretty rare.
It is rare, but from what we saw back on Mirage, it's not impossible.
Well, the version of Zoker we've seen at the early stages of Ancient simply didn't exist on Mirage.
No. It's a lot more consistent, a lot more spread out, and a little here, a little bit there, and at the end, it just didn't seem like Fisher could stop him. And, a flurry of confidence now, very electrifying, as you kind of stated back on Mirage. The playstyle of GMU, it just feels all in at times.
It is. We saw the clutch as well from Southsea. Thinking back to that. But a relatively even scenario now. 8-6. Close the distance.
Why not here with the M4? Lines up two. Buddy now with the MAC-10. We're going to do some incredible damage with this gun, but only going to be able to find one. With the help of Shipsy, they cut down two. Fisher quickly dispatch of the rounds and keep their lead up by 3.
Fisher were ready for that hit as well. I mean, look at this. They already had 2 players on the site. A third player, Frizzy, had joined towards long almost immediately as the flashes started flying. That really only works for GMU if they can close the distance, get the smokes up at long and short, and then play around that against the retake, but they never even got full control of the site.
Smith's jump up onto Cat, but still a lot of damage taken by Buddy, nonetheless, through mid.
Bro can't catch a break.
No, really can't. But even still, the fire is going to allow him to fight for this one, and Buddy breaks out, and Shipsy can help with him. Buddy finds 2. Gives GMU a little bit of a chance to play here. Trades back, though. Why not? Playing off that aggression. Makes this a manageable 1 versus 2 with a kit and a smoke.
But the bomb's about to be recollected, and why not need to catch a timing here at mid? He could still do so. Crimson's over here in Red Room, and I don't know what he's going to be expecting, but why not certainly has no clue that Crimson's so deep.
Oh,
he knows it's going to be an A hit, though.
He could stop this plan. He's in Donut now.
He will.
Shipsy gonna clear this one, and he will drop the bomb. 1v1 now. Why not? Gives a chance to Fisher. To silence.
He's got a smoke and a molly and a flash. It's so much to work with. And the worst part about it for Crimson is he's got no clue where Why Not has scurried off to.
Oh, but he has an idea. Nice peeled for Donut bomb. 20 seconds. It's running.
He's booking it.
Running. He's running.
He's got the time.
Why not gonna know this now?
Yeah, but the plant, he'll get into it safe and can set up some semblance of a post-plant scenario. Not to mention, if Why Not books it, if he really runs, then he would be giving away his position, which is why he's taken the decision to just play it passive. But a molly and a smoke, here's why that utility is so impactful.
not going to be looking the right way, and Crimson around the world, around Ancient at least. A 1v1, a very tight scenario versus Why Not, who put up quite the valiant effort. Had the ability to win it out at the end, just does not look the right way, and it comes down to such narrow margins between both of these teams who are separated by 2.
Here it comes. Down to the wire. GMU staying alive and starting to build up a whole lot of goodwill here. Lackluster buy for Fisher College, though.
Again, Alex misses his jump, misses some timing to mid. And he's stuck now in a position where you could have maybe popped off a kill with that deagle through the gates to B. Instead, you got to play for this kind of 1-for-1.
I like GMU have started to slow things down a little bit.
Say that, they're already on A.
Well, they walked out on A. Didn't have anybody up against them, so why not? Why stop when you can just walk?
And Crimson has tucked himself into such a good position.
Doesn't have help, though.
They're not going to clear it.
Who needs help? Got to get checked in order to require that.
5v1. Battle. Would be gifted a kill there onto Satsi, but swinging it together, clearing these corners. GMU have climbed back in this game so far, Vincent. Down by 1, and they have crumbled the cache of Fisher.
And in the first half, Seymour, this was Team Zoker, to be honest with you. That was the big moment from Satsi as well, but outside of that, I think Satsi had like 5-6 kills. This is a team effort from GMU at the moment, and they've reset Fisher's economy.
Alex is going to jump right on through, and this is the timing that he was looking for the pass, but he just doesn't have the weaponry to commit this time. At range, Satsi going to decapitate Why Not on the angle and open up this round for GMU, expecting a second one. Lovely patience from Satsi to absorb the aggression now of these Falcons. Juxo hiding away, cowering in a corner with this Teakle.
I'd be cowering too.
I mean, he's hoping to get this one, and if Shipsy doesn't fully clear this one, Frizzy could also combine this one. Frizzy trying to keep all the attention on him, but Shipsy's like, I don't want anything to do with this. This is a trick.
Yeah. Guys playing games over there at B. I'm not walking into that. No trap card's going to get activated this time. Not for GMU. And in fact, they're going to set a little trap of their own. More just an AK, a turret of sorts for Crimson. Is going to wait and watch for this mid-return.
Not the first time he's been sneaky, but it's a different spot, a different place, and a different rounds. GMU tie us up 9 apiece. 18 rounds in. We got ourselves a game.
All right. Fisher taking a timeout. I think we should do the same. Seymour, I'm going to keep it a buck. If you had mentioned that, GMU would be potentially about to be in position for a 2-0 in this series, I don't think I would have believed you, especially not once we knew the map pool.
We called them underdogs, but we never called it impossible for them.
True.
It was just a tall mountain to climb, and they have the climbing gear so far. I will say, I mean, GMU looking once again like the dark horses of this tournament.
It's so funny that you say that. I actually pulled out my notes from the NACE finals, and written across GMU, I literally have in big, bold letters, Dark Horse.
Like the Katy Perry song.
Yeah, exactly. It's a great song, by the way. I know it's dated at this point, but
this says more about us, maybe, than
probably
anything else. A little bit of a gap in the smoke, and Alex is going to capitalize. Oh, narrowest of margins yet again, and Satsi will refrag it. Back and forth affair between the two, and Juxo is looking to play off of the success of his teammate, the smoke. Satsi.
Gotta check this, though.
A little bit of suspicion for this one, but it looks like all of his attention is away from the corner.
But that smoke, it's gonna maybe create a false sense of security. No, Sassy turns the corner and delivers. That's a 4-on-3, and it's massive because it's a turnaround. The money for Fisher, they just got done off the back of a save. They can't afford another loss.
10 and 14. Sassy hasn't had the prettiest games, but silent but deadly is how I would explain.
He's had the impact. Yeah. Massive moments for Sassy.
It all comes down to 47 seconds and an idea that this execute is leading to A, and it's the right call to make. Only person to stop this is going to be Tatum.
Crimson's getting the idea that nothing is really aggressive towards the A side. And with Fisher down a man, you would maybe expect for them to be pushing and trying to gather some info or get some knowledge about where this is at. And Frizzy's done just that.
Back turns. Both sides. And the timing, the patience, Frizzy hoping to get 2 out of this one, but nobody else is home. Brings us into a 3v3, and it's all down to this A execute. Tatum is here. Tatum is clear. Finds 2. Sassy now has to do it all, but knocked down to 7 HP. Won't be allowed to plant, but given the 1v1, and Frizzy isn't here. Fisher, though, the time is in their favor, and it's drawn all the way down to not being able to plant. Wow, Tatum goes huge.
It's so funny. Such wise decision-making from Fisher College in this round. Just as I was saying, maybe you want to find some early information on where this is headed. Frizzy walks forward, gets a freebie. The mid lurk, the presence there denied. And that's exactly where Frizzy can just hang out. Without the time, they can't find the victory. But Fisher, they're not out of the woods just yet. Look at the busted nature of this purchase. So on an auto shotty, as beautiful and as effective as this can be, if he's not in cave, then it will be a lot more difficult.
Oh, this is exactly where you want to be with this weapon. Gypsy just moments away from meeting death. Lots of noise around. Juxo head on a swivel, expecting somebody to turn this corner at any moment, and here they come. Shipsy.
He could get spammed, though.
He is teasing me right now, and he sees him out. Oh, the auto shot. He won't get it done this time. Knocks him down to 20 health, and it's on the shoulders of Why Not. And Frizzy to hopefully stop it, but Southsea's been waiting with the op, and it's good enough to find yet another kill in this round. Clearing the corner is Zoker yet again, and the smokes are now going to be dropped.
But Alex, he's a man who shouldn't be trifled with. His HE, oh, it's just a little too deep.
Bomb's still yet to go down, and flashing out is going to be Alex looking to get aggressive through the smoke, but Shipsy on an angle is going to collect yet another kill in the round and put Tatum in a 1v4 with no utility, no head armor. Only an M4A1S to spray through these smokes. It is done. No kit. GMU continuing to go pound for pound with one of the best that Collegiate Counter-Strike has to offer. I don't think we could have asked for a better game on this Saturday afternoon.
No, I'm loving it. Absolutely loving it. I was thrown off. I told you in the green room. I wasn't quite expecting to see what GMU put together, and it took me a moment to really come to terms with what we were seeing. And I was concerned that it was, a little bit of a flash in the pan, That can happen, but twice it is a pattern, and twice GMU have been putting together some utterly incredible moments.
It's not a flash in the pan. They're cooking with gas. I don't want to see them take their foot off the pedal just yet.
Well,
so
they're going to pump the brake a little bit.
Yeah, it's not the worst call either. You've broken the economy of Fisher once again. You know you have a chance to take your lead, but you've had this chance in the past. And rounds like this have fallen from the opportunity of GMU. So now you slow down, you collect yourself. You don't want to overexert into this round and give up what could be a lead on the map pick of Fisher. So this is a really smart choice.
The good news for GMU is that, Fisher have a little bit of extra cash if they wanted to invest something further, but they are really looking to get all of their utility out. They need to take mid control effectively. We saw in a previous round where Alex was sort of late smoking elbow. He was all the way in spawn. And there was throwing that late smoke towards elbow to try and maybe pretend like there was a little mid control when there wasn't. They need the utility to ensure that that doesn't happen.
Smoke the spray down. Tatum actually weaves his way in through that spray and will refrag. That's an AK recovered, but considerable amount of damage now to these players of Fisher, and will be a collection there onto Why Not from Zoker and walking onto A. GMU. Plant down.
I think that Tatum would be okay to save this gun,
No
but
way.
they're going to have so much money into the next round, and with a shot through the smoke, this is suddenly winnable.
Sassy does not know where they're coming from, but he will peek back down. That's the rifle down. Goes back in, gets two. Sassy stepping up again with the op this time. Finds all three. GMU. Wow. 11 rounds. They take their lead back.
And that's a moment where it wouldn't have been unreasonable for Sassy to go down, but he adjusts so quickly. It's kept them in business. So much money for the Patriots to work with, even despite that extra frag from Tatum.
I want to see this last one.
I think they should be buying pretty much the entirety of the rest of this game, regardless of how these rounds go.
Out the gates. Fire with fire. Satsy's looking to get an aggressive angle with his AWP and hunting for this player on B. Nothing to be seen just yet. Flash out. Alex lines both members up through mid, and it's a lot of damage to take early on for GMU.
I think GMU, they have very little when it comes to decision making. They're just going to have to hit B, and it's worked out. We've got both the entries.
That's Soaker down. Bomb still hasn't reached the site. Still rotating in is Shipsy, and Alex is going to have some timing for this. Not sure if Shipsy's going to be expecting this, and he doesn't, but Alex not able to hit the shots right away. Frizzy covering his trails, and oh, Frizzy!
There we go. The AWP that's been a little bit missing for the CT side of Fisher College. It's mostly been a dollar amount situation where they just haven't had the money to afford it very often. And he's not been in the right position to take advantage. He's there and delivers. Frizzy's up. It's 11 apiece. Let's mention GMU. Still strong enough on the purchase here. Without a plant, though, they might be in trouble come next round, but Sassy.
Toe-to-toe with Frizzy when it comes down to these aggressive op angles. On top of that, Sassy's just not missing.
He's had a glow up half one to half two, that's for sure. Juxo is getting a little bit of false information here. Zoker's still looking for it and is calling that this might be a push.
Now he knows. Spray down through the door. Why Not's gonna come to the rescue, and Juxo actually closes the gap, but he's trapped and still gets the kill. That is crazy. Sassy now cowering into cave. Needs a little magic from his teammates, and they have come to help. It's all.
No way they expect Alex here.
Don't. Alex is good for one, but knocked down to 11 HP. Snapping from side to side. Crimson is removed as well. Finally cleaned up. It's a 1v1. Sassy on low HP, but knows Frizzy is there. It's an off the op. Flash out to the side. The whiff. Dancing between each other. USP is out. 18 HP. This is the right gun to have. Frizzy's going to swing out with the op for the fake flash. Frizzy letting him know who the top dog is.
Pulling it simple. Tossing the op out and knew the HP was low. Oh, what a sigh of relief for Fisher College. They will stay alive and pick up the lead. Sassy, it's devastating because he's just delivered such a phenomenal kill to start this round and then misses a couple of shots when, you know what, they're difficult shots to hit. But man, could GMU have used them?
Make no mistake, that round comes off of some heroics out of Why Not and Juxo playing through B main. Running down ramp, fighting against, the odds, really. They were trapped in that scenario, but even still, Juxo not afraid to take those fights from range. Gets an unwinnable kill with the MP9, and Why Not doubles down with the kill towards CT or towards the T spawn. So You look to the two of them to really disrupt what started off as a really successful round of the SATC.
It's funny. I think it's actually them deciding not to fully engage with the player at double door, instead ensuring that they can call the rotation, call some support, so it instantly helps them out. Here we go. Could be the final round of the game.
Tracy gonna give him a little bit of leeway here. Early trades coming out, but Tatum working the flank. A very fast round from Fisher. They want to win it. They want to win it now. Juxo, Zoker, back and forth. Crimson looking to break through, but it's a 1v2. Zoker, against the odds, has an idea that the op is in Donut, but he's not going to expect a reposition in Frizzy. Who else but Frizzy to send us to map 3? We got Anubis.
It's going all the way. The distance was required. And you know what? I mean, just from top to bottom, a phenomenal game of Counter-Strike that we just watched. I mean, everyone had some moments. Everybody had some time to shine. But the reality is that GMU really took it to Fisher on their map pick. And that has to be a little bit of a wake-up call for Fisher. If they weren't awake before, they are now, and they're going to have to be even more so towards Anubis.
It looks like we got to rebuild the story between both of these teams, because we have had, I'd say, the wrong idea of what the Patriots were bringing today, and these players just continue to impress me non-stop. Fisher, they just barely sneak away with some of those rounds. I mean, easily could have been 12-11 for GMU. Easily could have been their map point and a potential 2-0, but clutching up as you would expect these players to have that chance to make this happen. Tatum going big at times, Alex having his moments, Juxo, why not? That last play really saves the day for them. And Frizzy, throughout that second half, talk about a dominant performance with that AWP. And not only that, even with the rifle at times, Frizzy was still making plays. So Fisher, I mean, it's not an easy game, but they are slowly working their way into some of these moments and still making it flashy.
You know what's crazy as well? You rarely talk about two oppers on the opposing side in the same half as being dominant or really high impact. And that was the case. Both Southsea and Frizzy were having some incredible moments at the same time. And that's what kind of made this entire second half so dynamic, so chaotic at times. But I also want to shout out Fisher. Their clutch win rate in the second half was really impressive. GMU, they found some big moments of their own, but overall, I think Fisher got the better of the clutch when it came to the second half overall. With that being said, I mean, you said that there was maybe a chance if it had gone one round the other direction, we could have been looking at a GMU game. I think the reality is so many of those rounds were entirely down to one or two moments that this game could have been entirely different. You run this 10 times and we don't get the same type of game once.
No, not at all. I agree with that 100%. You roll a dice right now and it is literally either Fisher, George Mason taking the win. We look back at the series too, and it has been so neck and neck. 13-9 on Mirage for GMU, 13-11 for Fisher on Ancient. Anubis is a little bit of uncharted territory for these teams, and I think that's going to be really exciting with the way that these two are playing. At this point, it's up in the air as what we're going to get on this map number 3. But for map number 2, let's talk about some of these players in the lobby. We're going to be missing some of the stats on a 5th over on GMU, but even still, we can talk about it a little bit. Alex, 22-16. Tatum, 22-19. I think back to the round where Tatum alone at A repositions. Frizzy finds the lurking mid player and Tatum finds 2 on site. Really high impact plays from Tatum to kind of really isolated at times. Tatum can pop off.
Yeah, I think that is part of it. I think the consistency from Alex over both of these maps actually has been phenomenal. But what a return to form for the rest of GMU. I mean, I can't undersell how much we were really seeing a GMU reliant on Zoker in that first half, right? I mean, he won them 2 of their 4 rounds pretty much on his own. And as we continued forward, it's like phenomenal to see everybody else stepping up. You know, not a single player had a bad second half for GMU.
You're gonna have to do it again, Vincent. So we head into, like we said, uncharted territory, map 3. Anubis on the line now for a chance at winners final, for a chance to play either Northwood or Oklahoma Christian. We got one more break before we get to this map. We'll see you soon for some more Rally Cry Collegiate Series.
I wait tables, but last week I built a field hospital.
I stopped 1,000 attackers.
And a natural disaster.
Well, I go to school full time.
While I work full time.
The greater the challenge, the stronger we become.
Our generation isn't turning away from the world's problems. Watch us fly ahead, rise to every challenge, and overcome anything. Watch us become the next greatest generation.
A pleasant surprise as we're heading into map number 3 between Fisher and George Mason University. We got the Rally Cry Collegiate Series presented by Army National Guard, and we got ourselves a series, folks. We're heading to Anubis, and it is going to be a very, very close map if the past two have anything to say about it.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I think we walk into Anubis with maybe the least amount of information of any of the previous two, though, considering the fact that I think that Fisher have a pretty strong strong Anubis. I saw them playing quite a few Anubis games when I was doing some research, but I don't know what GMU have to offer. I know they're willing to play Anubis. They were last semester as well, but they very rarely got the chance to do so. I think they just had 1 or 2 Anubis games that I ended up getting to watch. So there's some good, there's some question marks, and well, there is the fact that we have seen GMU just step up to the plate and knock it out of the park.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I feel like at this point, Vincent, it doesn't matter where we go. GMU, they're playing some exceptional Counter-Strike, and they're playing, at par with one of the best teams that, we will look at on pen and paper for Collegiate Counter-Strike and say that they're going to be at the top. And I think that Fisher are maybe possibly a little bit stun-locked off of that and not expecting George Mason to come out of the gate swinging like they have. So heading into this third map, really, it's kind of everything out the kitchen window right now for GMU, and let's see it all on the line.
Fisher have got to have recovered by this point from that stun, especially considering they just picked up the map win.
Crimson is actually going to be a little bit slow to the gates here for GMU, missing a couple shots with the Glock. Alex has a chance to just to this aggression, and he's going to get 3 off of that pistol round. It's down to a 1v2. Satsy should be able to manage this, and he has an idea of the flank from water. Punching in the digits quickly. Why not slowly making his way in, and lovely patience coming out from Tony. That's going to be another pistol round for Fisher. Now 2 and 3 out of the pistol rounds.
And Alex delivering. The consistency of Alex over this entire series has been a huge bright spot amongst many for Fisher, but specifically, he's been so consistent. And that swift triple kill to shut them down puts GME on the back foot. But you know what? We've rarely seen a pistol round followed by the force buy, because we haven't seen really too many plants on pistols. The plant comes in this time, and so GMU gonna give it their best shot on the force.
I haven't seen too many people force buy so far in this series. Actually, I think this is the first force buy that we've seen opening one of these maps.
I mean, I guess it depends on your definition. There's been plenty of forces, just not
to this caliber.
Yeah, not into the second round, not like this. But GMU, I'm very surprised to see them take a timeout into that. I mean, to me, Seymour, that essentially sends a letter over to Fisher spelling out that they're forced buying.
It does. Or it could be, something technical that they have no control over. We really don't know. Speculation. But
well, I would presume they do a tech pause then, not a tech pause.
That is true. That is true. Catching their breath after a close map number 2, and they had the break to do that. So now Fisher going to look to adjust to a possible force buy, and they are doing exactly that. Very passive on A. The fire is going to force Why Not into the open, and immediately GMU, they're pivoting.
They're pivoting right into a relatively empty B site, but Alex, he stood tall before. He can do it again.
At the audible, will it be able to break through? Alex finds 2, and that's enough for Juxo to reach the site, but unfortunately for Juxo, Satsy was ready for it. It's a 3v3 with the bomb down.
There's no utility left. GMU, they're fresh out. Flash and HE, that's it. But they have recovered the AK, or rather, bringing in the AK and recovering the M4. So there's a lot more left to work with.
Crimson's going to be close with this Mac 10. Taking the fight, only minimal damage. The UMP of Tatum pushing advantage here for Fisher College. And everybody backed up over towards Water. Satsy looking to fight for his life. Why not close by? The M4 sprays them down. And Fisher College, they'll find the easy defuse at the end there. Minimal damage, I'd say, for them bringing into the 2 rifles. But GMU do their best with what they had.
It's great to see Fisher getting in the face of GMU as well, knowing that, if they get the chance to try and spam from that position, there's a good likelihood that they'll find the diffuser instead, just right up in there. And with the bomb plant, GMU, this is why it can be a little scary to go for this force buy. They get a plant, and so realistically, it makes a lot of sense for them to force again, and they've done it.
this time around. Oh, I was going to say, Tatum being a little bit more passive on these angles, but swings out and really snuffs out the aggression into B single-handedly.
GMU went from a good spot to a really bad one in the blink of an eye. Anticipating Zoker finds 2, does Tatum. After taking the position outside, Sassy. All right.
But again,
Sassy's had some incredibly flashy moments.
now they're going to have to walk into the belly of the beast. Flank from Tatum being worked on, but this crossfire is going to be quite deadly. Frizzy's smoked up, but he's going to walk on through. Sassy turns around, swings it, and now Why Not's gone. 1v3, Tatum working this flank, but the bomb's going to go down. A collective 25 health across 3 members.
There's an HE.
And
There's a
Buddy's getting
Molly.
aggressive. Buddy's going to play this close angle. Tatum, I'm not sure if he's going to expect this at all. Slowly peeking around. Checks off the first box. Now only 2 more to get done. And an AK picked up off the ground.
So winnable.
Molly in the back. Zapsy's got to be careful. Shipsy looking to readjust as well. The reposition over to the side. Looking to swing it together and swing it good. Tatum has the kit. Plenty of time to make it happen. You just need to hold on if you're Zapsy and Wade. Smokes down Zapsy. 1v1 down to the wire. Gives him a round.
Man, that was so approachable for Tatum. He didn't know how low they were, but he had to have gotten some information. There was a double dink there in mid, the swing through from Frizzy. It was all going wrong. How have GMU done this? The first force doesn't go their way, but the second does. And the recovery from Sassy specifically coming out with a blinding shot out mid, ripping the head off the defender.
Snappy shots on the Frizzy and Why Not. GMU, still no time to catch their breath. Nice flash show from Alex. Tatum going to reclaim that space. They're going to go one farther. They're going to push for this, try to recover the rifle, and see if they can suffocate GMU in their own spawn.
And the rifle will be gathered. They even have a flash.
Another flash show. Frizzy's going to catch him. Shipsy goes down now.
I mean, at this point, I don't know that you should take this fight if you're Zoker.
He will anyways. Not listening to the direction of you. He's going to find a second one. What is this round?
I mean, I guess he had backup, but that'll alleviate some of the pressure.
Oh, and they are really collecting this round back. Unfortunately, though, not going to expect another player. Alex going to bring this into a 2v2. And Tatum is rotating all through the CT spawn. Back over towards B. Or, sorry, back over towards A. With the only rifle now for Fisher.
Tatum's the big moment, and he gets a dink, but no dice. The victory slips from his fingers, but it's Alex. Scott, no kit, though.
I think Buddy
Plenty of
actually
time.
spotted him as Alex saw Buddy on the exit, so they know they're going to be safe and sound tucked to A main. Bomb is planted for them. Smoke out for Alex. He's going to fake it. Playing around the smoke. He's going to listen to both of them. Now swinging with the deagle. The shot's good for a little bit of damage on the Sapsy, but nothing to write home about.
A game of force-wise, this should be the first actual eco of the entire map. Coming in around 5 by Fisher College. Things are going to go as I expect.
I need to take a breath after that. I mean, I felt like I was just watching a heavyweight championship.
It does feel that way, doesn't it? I mean, GMU have just kept the pressure alive time and time again, and the recovery, multi-frag from Zoker, so impactful.
They're just going to run out mid. Cha-ching, cha-ching. Oh, Crimson. The MAC-10 spray. Everybody on the other side of the smoke. Crimson is rich, and so is Buddy.
I hope he's got the music kit. A little cha-ching at the very beginning of it. You know the one I'm talking about, right?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
You absolutely don't.
I want to say I do.
Yeah, I know. I could hear it in your voice. It's okay.
Sassy, no smoke to open up with that HE, but maybe expecting an aggressive angle. Slowly working out to the up. Spots the shoulder of Juxo. That's good enough for a kill. Alex You want to go back in on this one. Has to be patient. Alex still going to be shot in the back. Only player left is going to be Frizzy, and he's made himself known. So tucked in a corner, nowhere to go. Butt down.
I mean, he's done a valiant job to get another frag, but this is a save call. I mean, at least it should be for Fisher. It's 2-on-3, but there's just so much utility left for the GMU.
Go for this? No way.
I guess 2-on-3 does make sense, you know, numbers-wise. They're here.
They've made more out of less, and Tatum's going to open up this retake. Unfortunately, it's going to just be Tatum now, 1v1. Molotov is out, but no kit. Tatum doesn't have the time to go fishing for this one. Buddy knows that. Tatum soon enough. Going to hightail it and run. Buddy's going to hear it, and he's going to do the same.
A lot more expensive, though, than it would have been otherwise. So GMU, they don't get out unscathed, but they do pick up the 4th round victory.
Tatum gets an AWP.
Okay, that does change things a whole lot. Now, I was thinking potentially a save off the back of that, but with Tatum having an op, I think that they may, in fact, go for the buy.
It's one of those we take those moments.
Absolutely. Speaking of things we take Frizzy finding a double out the back of that. He was locked in the back of the site, literally had nowhere to go. 3 players staring him down, and he still gets out with an extra frag.
Needs to expect from a player like this. Sassy reading him like a book.
Go again?
Like Sassy wrote the book. Alex's turn now. Molotov's going to push him out into the open, and lovely clears coming out from GMU, making sure that nothing goes unturned.
It's having that extra additional player there to hang out, to get into position, and Tatum is thinking, I just handed this off. How do I have it back?
And soon enough, it's going to be on the floor waiting for the next rounds. And GMU going to elect to leave it there. Frizzy enough to buy back on the AWP, though, so Satsy's still going to have to keep that in the back of his mind.
Can we talk about for a moment, though, Seymour, how impactful Sassy has been? Opening frags, I feel like the majority of the gun rounds, once they actually got a weapon in his hands, like, he's just been utterly incredible. And even when he had the AK, think back to that shot out mid.
Like, Zoker's been good, consistent, and, you know, getting the job done. But Satsy, Shipsy, Buddy, and Crimson, the flashiest individual plays ever at times. And, you know, sometimes it doesn't work, but so far, more often than not, it has been working.
And Zoker's done it this time. We'll provide the opening pick, and there's space to work with. Frizzy's the only one left here.
Oh, he's got help.
Tatum! He's come back.
Waiting in the wing, hiding in the shadows. It's Tatum again.
You've understandably just taken a bit of a chill pill. They don't want to overinvest. They don't want to overstay their welcome. They already bit off a bit more than they could chew with that swing. What is that from Alex?
It's not the first time he's done that, but it's always going to surprise me.
Sassy's just hoping he's going to re-swing, but there's no reason for Alex to do that. Well,
Under 3.
Fisher are starved of info for the moment. They don't know where this is going, and that's the only reason Alex comes back to swing again.
Tatum going to be feeling a little bit of pressure, knowing that early on it was leaning over towards A, and he's got the right call. Going to spot the utility, confirms onto Shipsy. Zoker's made his way through. You can trust Zoker to still find kills. The bomb has reached the site, and now they're looking for the round win. 2v2. Frizzy working through mid with the hop and the HE. A little bit of damage done, but nothing to dissuade him from going for a mid. Zoker watching the flank. Juxo was there. It's the right read to make. The shots just don't land. Fisher will find their third of the half.
Bit of a chess game, though, in that last round, to be fair. Fisher did a great job of recognizing what GMU were looking to do. And despite the fact that GMU made it work for themselves, I mean, thinking, you know, Alex getting away with this kill, does it early, finds another one late in the round. Sassy is only then able to punish, but really making life difficult for GMU. And GMU, they're going to keep it together. 5 players towards B.
Pull up again. Juxo's gonna be here. The angle flash gets him across, and now they know. Full steam ahead. All gas, no brakes. Mew on site. Juxo's still gonna hit a shot. Goes for the no-scope. Juxo and Tatum from downtown helping out his team and giving them the support that they needed in the moment. Buddy, 1v5. It's just not on the table. You look to Juxo to make the plays, and my God, he does it.
That's the most dominant round I've seen since the pistol. From anybody, either side. But Juxo, I mean, where's his blood going? Where's Zoker headed with the bomb? I just need to know.
I don't even think Zoker knew.
Thought he could get away with it. Juxo says, not today, pal.
He's lost his life one too many times in that angle.
So that's the only a deagle this time, but you know what that means? Still 1 shot to the head.
Look at this. Tatum has changed up again. And in turn, he's been brought down to 35 health off of HE's alone.
That could be chunky, though.
Oh, it is. Crimson on 62. Chipsy down to 78. And Sassy, most of all, 49.
This double op setup has been incredibly effective, and you know, it does feel a bit like Anubis has become...
Vincent, it's a triple op setup.
Oh, yeah, that's my bad. I miscounted. You know me and Matt have a complicated relationship.
Juxo's got to hit those shots. He can hit no scopes, but he can't hit those.
Hey, listen, sometimes we struggle to hit the easy ones.
When it matters most, I mean, it seems like Juxo can keep it under control, and Flash is just going to continue to drain this clock down to 39 seconds.
This has got to be frustrating for GMU because they've poked and prodded everywhere, and everywhere they found an op.
Buddy, oh, he's going to be forced out here, and that's good for the first. Opens up the site for the rest to just trample on in. With the early damage to Juxo, they have to give it up. Now retaking with 3 AWPs.
Now, this is where the bad news starts to come in and rolling through. It's Crimson onto Frizzy. I'd save him. I'd save him right now, but Fisher, they're sticking around, hoping that somebody's going to give them the chance. It doesn't look like GMU, San Zoker are
the
interested.
timing. That's it. That's the round. GMU find their 6th. Crimson looking for a little bit extra at the end. And Statty's just going to give up his life.
They could get the 3rd op back.
Giving up a lot here to Fisher. GMU, I mean, I don't blame them for wanting to put Fisher down in the dirt here and now, but they've given up quite a bit at the same time.
Listen, I hear you, but you know that the opponent has 3 ops potentially that they could be saving. You got to run those things down. There's just no choice in the matter.
Honestly, I feel like Zoker should have had at least one there. The shot's just a little bit astray.
Yeah. One of the first times I feel like we've seen Zoker a little bit off, actually. In a small moment, to be fair. So it's not the triple, but the double. Not to be confused with the triple-double.
No. We don't get those here. Well, kind of, but... it's not the same. Buddy, opening things up yet again. Alex in trouble. Buddy running it down. Tatum coming to the rescue to see if you can maybe throw a Hail Mary into the mix, and you have. Why not now? Not going to let go of this pacing just yet. It's a full retake in through water. Both members here blocked off by the Molotov.
So many nades.
And now the smoke. Walking out into the open. Chipsy on an angle. Gets the better of Frizzy. Crimson on his wing. Delivers an advantage at the half for GMU.
It's crazy, too, because there's just so much fire, flame, nade, smoke in that one choke point. And if you're the one wielding an op, I think that's where they lost, unfortunate as it was. Tatum forced out in that position as well. Does his level best to actually find a second frag.
I will say,
shut down.
George Mason have done a phenomenal job at silencing Alex in this game.
They really have. I mean, I've been praising Alex nonstop, and for good reason, but he has He's had some big moments, but they've been limited.
I think that really reflects in the scoreline, especially for a lot of these side takes to be really on point with their utility, giving them no space to work with, and that has forced him actually to change things up. Now playing through mid alongside Frizzy, not with the op, with the M4. Flashing out, Frizzy's going to go in deep and gets not one, but two.
With why not on A? This is essentially done and dusted for the Patriots into this round. It's looking like 7-5 will be the scoreline. Sassy and Zoker, final two members just hanging out. Sassy's actually spent the entire round here, by the way. Just hoping that somebody's going to swing. And, you know, credit to Fisher. They have learned their lesson.
I don't want to take credit away from Alex at all. When he's not really stepping up when it comes down to the frag capabilities that he has. The support game from Alex has been second to none. We saw it back on Ancient with a lot of the site retakes from Why Not. Just a flash from downtown, and Alex can make all the plays for the rest of his team. But now it's just down to Zoker, who walks through the gates and put down on the spot. 7-5 at the half. GMU Patriots are leading.
Off the back of an impressive half from Tatum. You know, we really didn't talk too much about like the individual moments, but and he's up at 15 frags. Didn't realize how many he had gathered. Was really consistent throughout the half, and was really the tip of the spear when it came to some of the B aggression that I think Fisher had some of their best success with. All that to say, as we look towards the second half, GMU doing about what you would expect. Remember, this is still a T-sided map.
So Fisher now can look to bounce back at the pistol. Alex is going to open up the round, but the USPs are hitting, and Buddy looking to do what he did back on Mirage here on Anubis. Alex says not yet. A 2v2, Shipsy with the Deagle, Sassy with the USP. This would be such an amazing kill to get. It's the bomb down. And Frizzy against the odds. He knows his options are limited, and the flank is coming through. Shipsy's got to be careful. And both just reeling at the opportunity to flash out, but Shipsy looks away in the 1v1 again.
That engagement was built for the dualies. Literally purpose built for that moment. Getting up close and personal and running him down. Alex nearly pulled it off again. He picked up a triple for the second pistol round in a row, but this time it just wasn't enough. Great recovery from Buddy, and the double setup in E-Box really saving the day for GMU.
And another major moment from Shipsy.
Relatively quiet, actually, in this game has Shipsy been compared to some of the other ones, but it's kind of the same story, isn't it? When it is the big moment, when it's required, he's there.
Buddy. Let them through, and might be the last we see of him for that side. 2 for 2 trades. Fisher have gotten through, and the bomb is getting planted now, but on the flank, Zoker won't be able to stop the plant. Tatum now here at range, not going to expect the reintroduction of Shipsy, who sidelines them both. The plant comes through for Fisher. Not a terrible round off the forest, but it is going to be GMU finding 9 on Anubis.
Well, let's be clear. There was no force buy. Fisher just had a P250. They had a couple Glocks. They fully didn't have an investment here. And they still got 2 kills and a bomb plant. I'd call that much better than expected. On the back of, I think, just a single flash as well. Effective enough. Head into this one, though, with GMU. A little bit of a little bit of a bonus. And not really much money behind it. So this is really what they have to offer.
We didn't see the XM flourish on Ancient when Juxo brought it out. It seemed like... Actually, it may seem like Buddy's going to have a chance here. Are they going to tune into the site here? HE's out. right onto the doorstep of Frizzy and Why Not. Both down to 63 and 62. It's going to soften them up for this XM to really do some damage.
This XM can be such a chair to contend with in E-Box especially. And they're all ready to walk right in. And he's got support too.
Molly. He wants to let it rip. When he does, I mean, Buddy going to do the exact same. The Mollies are down. Buddy's going to walk forward. Only gets the one with the XM. And Crimson going to see if you can expand on this opportunity. Finessing around the pillars. Getting tapped on from below. Crimson, a second one in the round. You gotta be kidding me. A chance for Zoker to give the edge, but shut down by Alex. And it's all onto Ship C yet again for the clutch. 1v2. And Alex has an idea exactly where he's going to come from. The swings out. The head of Alex not going to be locked onto. And Ship C finally silenced.
And nearly given a chance to come away from that was Crimson with the double on an MP9, no less, from some range. Here's what Buddy saw as he swung around the corner, but this was what I was talking about. That kill from Crimson, phenomenal. Alex, far too aware, though, towards the back end of that one. With a 6-9 scoreline. Fisher College up against the GMU Eco. And GMU rarely have been on the Eco.
Oh, Zoker. Oh, man. Making me sound like Mickey Mouse there.
Was that your best Mickey Mouse impression? Can you give
Definitely not, and I will not do it again.
Try? What? Why not?
The most you're going to get out of me. Oh, Tatum. A little bit of trouble. No worries, though.
Not just a little?
No.
Little, you know, nothing like that. There we go. Very nicely done, though. This round, yeah, I am. Thank you. You know, I'm not a complicated guy, Seymour. You just gotta give you a little bit of something to work with.
See, now, I mean, you know, Mickey's not the problem. It's Goofy that's the tough one.
we can call it right there. Shipsy's hoping to find this AK, but I don't actually know where it went. Presumably, it's been tossed off the map. No.
It was like Mission Impossible watching Tatum get that back. Threw an HE down mid, recovered it, and threw it over the top.
I was too busy asking for Mickey impressions.
Eyes on the game, buddy.
Yeah, that's on me. Shipsy, you gotta walk out with 5-7. Maybe something else, but
maybe something more.
It's looking doubtful. GMU have held the lead for the majority of this game, but they're still right there. Our Fisher. Falcons not off by a long shot, and it's a pretty short flight over to GMU. Just 2 rounds, the differential. The timeout comes through, and I love GMU's timeout usage. This entire series, it's been really good.
They haven't been afraid of just letting the game breathe. On top of that, you talk about maybe the back end and how the coaching staff of GMU seem to be really in touch with these players, knowing exactly, you know, how they work, exactly what they're capable of, and they know what to do and when to do it. And timeouts like this really give these coaches a chance to either calm down their players or, you know, inject something important into what could take down a team like Fisher.
Shout out to Driver. That's the coach, manager, anything and everything they need, I guess, over at GMU. It's been pretty awesome to talk to when I got to talk to him at the end of last year at Naceland. So, Crimson's got to get the heck out of there.
The timing. They call with a molly. Why not a Tatum? Open it up. Everything going absolutely Millhouse in this round, and I think Fisher may have just found their break here. This round is going to be extremely telling of the rest of this game.
I think that GMU needs to just get the heck out of here. I don't actually think they should be going for this retake, especially not as that smoke comes up. And yeah, Zoker's peaced out, not interested.
See ya.
We'll just take a couple of pop shots through the smoke and hope something happens. So saving the op, Southsea having that AWP. Wait, maybe
crazy.
not.
Oh, maybe they hear it. Not this time.
Be gone.
Not this time, Mr. Bond.
Everybody else should be getting out okay.
I'll say I'd like to see a little bit out of Satsy, quite like what we got out of Juxo. Some of those high risk, high reward plays with this AWP, because with how quick the T's can get onto site and get this bomb down and really shut out the CTs, you need to see Satsy inject himself into this half.
And listen, I agree. He's been doing that for the most part all game long, especially the back half of Ancient and the first half of this one. He's only had the op for one round. Here's the second chance for him to do so.
It's no shade here. I haven't seen anything wrong. You just need to see him keep doing it.
Oh, yeah.
Shipsy forced out, flashed, and lovely help there for Why Not.
This is another round over. This is another save. I mean, they're gonna posture so that if somebody goes and gets too aggressive, maybe they could come back in. But notice where
no kits. It's done.
The op is at. Like, yeah, it's so done.
No kits, no head armor. That's okay.
No real guns outside of the. They got 2 MP9s, I guess is a better way of saying it.
I mean, maybe these MP9s can get some exits, like you were saying, but it's if the stars align at this point. And I think actually GMU have quite a spread here. They have a chance to maybe lock down a few kills. Satsy gonna be the first of which gets the better of Tatum. Now it's Zoker's turn. And I mean, Fisher gotta be careful now. Oh, that would have been it.
Did he go down?
Zoker got another one before going, but
okay, so they got the AK and the op. Those are the 2 biggest, most important weapons to hold on to. The problem is that GMU, it's great to pick up those frags, but it actually doesn't matter for Fisher's economy. They started this, I think 2 players had like 11K at the beginning of this round. So at 9-9, GMU, it's all about them and how they can adjust, because Fisher, they're flying.
yeah. Be slow off the start here. Want to give up anything for free. Gonna fully open up this smoke, but the HE's now double HE out into water, and Frizzy's out to 12. Molotov, but nothing to write home about for that one. And Tatum, he's the first to fall in this round. Zoker could have a chance to get a second one. He will catch Alex looking the wrong way, and Fisher starting to fall behind in the round.
Sort of a first. The second half has been all them all the way. GMU just picked up the one. And, okay, there's still 2 mollies. They've got to stop playing in sight.
Yeah, well, I mean, they have the right read, but now you've lost Shipsy, and Fisher have found their way through. Op is here, looking to help, but Zoker all on his own, looking to get it done with 3. Everybody looking away from Zoker, and he's going to flourish.
Zoker's decision-making on the site is so perfect. He knows that the expectation for Fisher is usually going to be one player like close on site or on pillar. One of those positions, unless it's like a very forward position where they're playing a crossfire. And Zoker, realizing they've already taken out the one player they expected, just tucks in. No need to overextend. Why would they be mollying back site when they don't expect anybody to be there?
Round if they can win this out. Potential win for the series.
Fisher's money not quite as perfect as it once was. They're still doing okay, but why not? And Juxo's the only ones with extra cash flow. That's a given for the CTs. It's CT side, but slower, more methodical approach for Fisher.
Zoker again. He gets out with his life too. Oh, and he gets a second one barely on the Frizzy. Shots just not landing at the moment. Juxo finally going to refrag, and a Molotov recovered from Alex. They're going to head over towards A, and they're going to do it quick. Why not?
Or not.
Posturing.
Alex just saw Somali over towards E-Box. It's pulled 3 players for just a hesitation.
Shipsy's
but it's
still
enough.
Here. He's listening to everything, and he's calling for reinforcements. If Shipsy can get one, he's already gone above and beyond. Why Not's going to be spotted, and Shipsy's going to collect it, though. Juxo looking to make the difference, 2v2. Low HP on Zoker. Juxo watching over the plant, and Zoker's gonna shut it down. 30 seconds. Juxo is known. And Zoker just needs to play his life. And he's got help there, buddy. Waiting in the wings, hiding in the shadows. GMU, 11 rounds on Anubis.
That was terrifying. What a incredible round from Zoker. I keep saying this name. It's crazy to see how consistent this guy is delivering when it matters the most for the Patriots. He stepped up. He gets out not only with the first kill, sticks around for the second, wins the second duel, and then stays alive only to deny the bomb plant with 20 seconds remaining. How does he get away with it? Fisher taking a timeout. Seymour, it's time for them to talk it over.
Well, for our 5th series on stream for this Rally Cry Collegiate series, our first series to go all 3 maps, you couldn't ask for a closer game unless this goes to overtime. Fisher, this timeout is not
I think
really...
they've taken 2.
There's not really too much you can do with it either. I mean, you're definitely talking about what you can possibly buy up into this round. Stop GMU from getting onto match point. And I think the call is to fast hit a site. You can already see Tech 9's out, 2 rifles, and all the utility you can garner.
They're going all in. They've pushed all the chips into the center of the felt. It's time to go. Fisher College, and with Tatum leading the charge, he's had such an electrifying game and series, really, but this game especially, it's been the Tatum show when it comes to Fisher starting to get into good positions or finding fast and aggressive maneuvers.
GMU are not taking these early duels at all. Look at the way they're set up. They're expecting the aggression through mid.
Fisher, they're about to just go for this pop at B, I think. And there's 3 people ready and waiting with an AWP as well. Sassy, this is his time to shine. Massive moment where he could set up for the victory.
Bottom Tatum though gives it away. Minimal damage off the Molotov, but all sides here. Buddy's getting aggressive on a one-way. Only good for the one. Crimson now under pressure. Presses into sight, and Juxo's gonna open it up.
Adams pressure at mid. It pulled Sassy away. He was committed. He was on the site
Tatum?
proper. No. What? This is bad news. It's gone from very strong for Fisher to a little bit more winnable for
Sassy's
GMU.
gonna look for an opening here with the op. Alex on the off angle. Choicey for the crossfire, but the op's gonna open up the zone. Now Sassy for a second one. Shipsy removes Tatum, and GMU, they take match point.
Sassy may not have been alive, may not have been ready on the site for the actual take, but the retake is his domain. He has delivered. As I said, it was his opportunity, his chance to do so for the CT side. Man, Tatum pulled so much away from that B site, by the way. And Juxo, gotta give credit where it's due for the double entry towards the site. I can't believe that wasn't enough. And a big mess up there, just losing Juxo to an HE.
Imagine we're in a tech pause now. Just looking past the series. 13-9 on Mirage for George Mason University to start off very strong versus Fisher College. Almost stunning us on the desk with the performance that they put on. Then they head to Ancient, and we had our doubts, Vincent. I mean, we said, is Ancient out of the realm of possibilities? Well, it wasn't. It wasn't at all. And honestly, there was some major chances for GMU to walk away with the 2-0. But now you take us to Anubis. They walk into some uncharted territory, some place that we've never seen GMU play to before. And this brand new team who almost debuting on stream and showing some brand new ceilings, some brand new play styles and confidence beneath them. What a breath of fresh air it is.
It's clear to me that Fisher came into this, into Mirage specifically, with a lot of confidence, and it's been rocked. They've got 3 rounds in a row. That's the requirement just for Fisher to stay alive.
Look at the buy. a lot to work with here if you're Fisher, and you don't want this round to be prolonged. Sassy, though, collects the first again, and
I mean, imagine if that's an AK.
Hop is here. Sassy, though, going to get removed. Tatum looking to do it all yet again. On the side, it's Juxo. Together, they turn things around. Get the bomb planted, and now looking for more. Alex looking to cover their flank underneath the bridge, and Buddy's going to get caught with his pants down.
They need a save, actually. I think they should try to walk out of this.
They're not.
They're going to stick it in.
GMU, they're going all in. Round Zoker looking now to bring things back from below, but Tatum is repositioned all the way up top, and they have no idea. Tatum for the spray. Zoker sticking it. You gotta be kidding me! The ninja defuse from Zoker, and GMU punched their ticket into the winners final.
How many times do we talk about Zoker? This guy has just gone absolutely insane. The entire series he's been delivering, and he does it in the final round of the game. I mean, I said maybe they should save just because it was a 2-on-3. There was no position to work from, and they had no idea that there was somebody in the smoke in heaven. Unfortunately, that is what seals the deal up against Fisher.
That is going to sting a little bit for Fisher, especially for looking back at a couple of these rounds, Vincent. But, I mean, you're right to highlight Zoker and the plays that he was making. Incredible in that moment. Not the first ninja defuse that we've seen either in this series. Back on Ancient, it happened again. I think it was Shipsy that did it, if I'm not mistaken. But it's moments like that, and I said it, that kind of set you apart in these moments when it's so narrow, when it is so tense, and you imagine as the team at the advantage that it is just not possible for them to make a play like that. Oh, in the moment of hesitation, I mean, what a play.
Yeah, I think a little loss for words and the way that goes down, because Fisher, they had it. They had extended for yet another round, but it was then that things just fell apart immediately. And I think what's really impressive here, it would be easier for me, you know, to talk about Fisher just not showing up if that was the case, right? Like Fisher, they came in and they played well, and they still weren't able to come away with it. It's so incredible for GMU. And you know what? I think my faith in Fisher, a little bit rocked right now.
I mean, I'm at a loss for words with what we just saw. Fisher gonna have to fight down from the lower bracket, something that we did not expect at all. Last week on the desk when Marky joined us, he said that, you know, if anybody's gonna take down Northwood, it's going to be the Fisher Falcons. So heading into this series, you almost had that expectation that they were going to cruise through this, just overpower GMU and sail into those winners finals. The expectation of Northwood versus Fisher was kind of in the minds of, I'm sure, everybody looking at this bracket. But GMU, they came out and they have completely turned things around. So they're going to find themselves in the winners final. A big moment for George Mason University, the dark horses of a Rally Cry Collegiate Series tournament. They're going to be playing the winner of our next series coming up after this break. We got Northwood versus Oklahoma Christian. You don't want to miss it. A quick little break. We'll see you on the other side with more Counter-Strike.
We get how uncertain the future is. We've come of age in a complex world, face to face with problems we didn't create. So what's going to happen next? We are. Because our future is the future. So we're going to build bridges and hospitals in a day and feed those left in the cold. We're going to do all this and more because we have an appointment with destiny.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Rally Cry Collegiate Series. We have quite the upset in our winners bracket coming off of our first series of the day. Fisher Falcons fall to the hands of George Mason University. The Patriots, they step up big time in a 2-1 victory, and that pushes them into our winners final, awaiting the victors of our next series coming up, Northwood versus Oklahoma Christian University. Fisher, they're going to be dropping to the losers bracket, and what a surprise that is, Vincent.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I know we're just about to jump into this next series, but I just want to say one last, like, big congratulations to GMU for really coming out and just swinging for the fences. They dominated in some of those rounds, and I was just so impressed.
Yeah, so, I mean, they're going to have to climb back if you're Fisher, but for GMU, I mean, you've already set the bar on what the expectations are heading into that winners final, and now it's just going a step further and see if you can find yourself into the grand final in the later weeks. So heading into our second match of the day, we got the Northwood Timberwolves returning to the stream, going up against the Oklahoma Christian Eagles. A big matchup that I've been waiting for this, because Northwood, they have been unstoppable. We've asked Northwood to prove themselves as a similar team from this spring, and Northwood have flourished with their fundamentals. We're waiting to see if a team can actually test them mechanically and shut some of these players down. We're looking to see if Oklahoma Christian can be that team.
And it's a question that, honestly, I don't know the answer to, but I'm really excited to see, because Oklahoma Christian, they've had some big changes coming into this semester where they had 3 different pickups, and all 3 of them have been really experienced. In fact, a combined 22 seasons of advanced experience across their 3 new pickups.
Yeah, and I mean, I feel like for these new pickups for Oklahoma Christian, he's kind of weaving them together. So far, it's been a good road, as we've seen. I mean, not the most comfortable road like we saw from George Mason, but a 2-1 victory over the whole Ohio State University Buckeye Gaming Collective puts them into this position, and now is their chance to kind of prove themselves as a team against some of the best. So we take a look at our series, our map set. We got Mirage map 1, Anubis map 2, and Ancient as the decider at the end. Similar to our first series, but a little bit mixed around for Anubis and Ancient, and it's kind of has me a little bit worried heading to Mirage for our map 1. I said it last week, and I thought this would be a map that you look at it, you gotta ban it versus Northwood, Vincent.
I think that it's a fair conversation. I would be thinking about that for sure. Granted, Oklahoma Christian deciding that's not going to be the way to go. And to be fair, Oklahoma Christian, at least individually, they've been like pretty darn good on Mirage as well. So you can make the argument that they're trying to play up to their own victories. And the fact that Northwood picks it out for them, they're probably going to be pretty happy about that, right? They're getting a map that, yeah, Northwood's good at, but so are they. Now, going back to Anubis, though, that's where things start to get interesting. I have no idea what to expect from that. I just know that I'm excited to see what this OC team have to offer, because I haven't gotten to see them yet.
No, and Oklahoma Christian, they're no strangers to Anubis. They played it just a few days ago versus the Ohio State University, a 13-8 victory. You had Hunter and Twigs go huge with 40 kills between the two. Shrani had a great game, 18 and 13. Shrani very consistent over the maps that we have. or the stats that we have for Oklahoma Christian within this series. And I mean, this is the making of another potential dark horse run, quite like George Mason University. It seemed that, might not be flashy, but they have the fundamentals to step up to these big teams, knock them down a peg, and try their hand at maybe moving them into the lower bracket.
Yeah, it's kind of an interesting spot for Oklahoma Christian to be because, they have the really impressive players that they picked up, right? All of those players have advanced experience, but they're joining two returning players in Troney and Wheaties, who actually, listen, I'm gonna say the bad word. They've been over in Valorant, and they've been doing a lot of good work over there. I know. I'm so sorry. Maybe just avert your ears if you can't handle it, but they've been doing good over there. Listen, they've had a lot of experience in that, and playing in like tier 2, tier 3 in North America. So they have the individual skill, and it's been, I think, almost 2 semesters at this point that they've made the swap back over. I think that this Oklahoma Christian team, it's easy to sleep on them, but I think they have the skill to go up against some of the individuals for Northwood. But there's one individual in particular that I need to pick up, and that is Tix. He's been insane for this Northwood team. I don't understand how he gets away with it, but so many rounds, he'll just walk into a site and find a double.
You mentioned even like talking to MJB after their win versus RIT, you're saying how, I guess, frustrated playing against Tix, and like the fact that he can literally walk out of sight, get a 2-piece, and live off of basically nothing, no utility, no entry, no distractions, just full on contact plays. Tix can make or break rounds for Northwood, and not even that, he can clutch rounds too. I think the one thing that is most important about Northwood is that the clutch capabilities that they do have. We saw it last week versus RIT, very convincing wins, 13-5, 13-6, and a lot of these rounds came down to 1vx situations where Northwood were at the disadvantage, and they walk away on top of it. So you know that this team, even backed in a corner, is very dangerous. And you look even away from Tix, you look at the rest of the roster: Soul Goat, Escape, Nice, Ellis. Any one of these players can have that moment, and maybe a few of them don't need to have those moments, but they're there if they need to, quite like Shipsy in our last series.
Yeah, and I think that is, you've really zoned in on one of the more terrifying parts of this North roster, and why it can be overwhelming to play up against them. It's because across the board they have individuals who can just be the best player in the server at any given moment. And even Solko, who typically more in-game leader type of figure when he's playing at that higher level, even he has the skill to jump in and have his moments as well. That's what's so terrifying. And so kind of looking into this, you look more down the line, and I think there's 2 questions on the mind for Oklahoma Christian, right? The first of which is just meeting Northwood where they are, making sure that they don't get run over. If they can do that, the whole game opens up. But doing that is so difficult.
And you're going to have to do that on Mirage too. I'd say like a map that you look back, and I think you even said it yourself, that you have your own success for your Oklahoma Christian, only so far across the Rally Cry Collegiate Series, losing 10 rounds on 2 maps of Mirage. You now have to do that against Northwood. And I don't want to, cut things down for MSU or OSU and, the amount of skill that they can bring to it. But when you look at these teams in comparison to the Timberwolves, it is a very different game to be played. So Oklahoma Christian, they got to go above and beyond right now. They have to harness a little bit of the capabilities that we saw from George Mason, step up to the individual fundamentals that are brought to the table from Northwood, bring them down to earth, and force them to play a more default fundamental game.
Yeah, I'm right there with you, on the same page. As well, we were going to be getting into the action, but it looks to me like we're going to need a little bit of a reset going into that one. Whatever the issue was, we'll get figured out. That being said, Seymour, there's one thing on my mind at the moment, and that is I just don't know if there is an actual solution for Tiggs. I'm not sure. I think that if he does what he did against RIT again, I mean, there's some really skilled individuals here for Oklahoma Christian. I don't know if they have an answer. And listen, I also think that if that happens, me, Seymour, I wouldn't say that I am a ragey player, but I can get emotional. And the reality is that it's an emotional
Yeah.
situation when you just come out and get smacked in the head by a bullet you didn't see coming. It hurts. It's not
No,
fun.
it's not at all. And I think for the side, sorry, for the side here of Oklahoma Christian, you need to see them keep a level head across this whole series. It's important to keep your emotions in check. And for Northwood, I think that is where they're really good at getting under your skin. It happened not against RIT, but in the first match that we saw against them in Drexel. I think Drexel kind of got a little bit ahead of themselves. They got a little bit frustrated and things started to snowball out of their way. RIT wasn't the same. I feel like RIT just met a Northwood that wasn't losing that day. And that was a very unfortunate game for them to play. Yeah, maybe RIT didn't play up to their own standards as well, but I think Northwood were on top of everything that game. There was really no mistakes to be made. So, I mean, for Oklahoma Christian to do that here versus them, I think we're kind of in and around the realm of the right idea for them to kind of play on this one. So it is it's going to be difficult no matter what way we spin it, and especially looking at Anubis for the second map, I don't think it gets easier for that as well. I think Anubis, when you look at it for Northwood, the capabilities of the T side on that map, it's just going to continue to play into their favor.
And I like you using RIT as a bit of a measuring stick. It's actually really an effective way to maybe try and get a real idea of where Oklahoma Christian stands, because just comparing both Oklahoma Christian and RIT, it's pretty effective, right? They have individuals that are of similar caliber for the most part, and so that definitely leads me to believe that if RIT on a better day could have taken something to Northwood, then Oklahoma Christian could do that here and now. To jump in, it's the A-slide hit for OC.
Here we go. Out to the Pistols. Game one of our second match of the night. Wheaty's already punching in the digits in a 5-on-5 post plan. No damage done onto Oklahoma Christian, but escape. 1 of 14 HP. Ticks hunting for something through the vent, but again, Oklahoma Christian doing a very good job at boxing out this team, but they need to go soon without a kit. Escape. And be the first one to take that contact. Finds the better of Hunter. There is going to be a kit onto Ellis, so there is a chance to jump onto this one. Twigs going to get one before dropping out and about. Shrani struggling to find those shots. The fuse is on too as well. They just stick it out, Ellis, with the kit. Right out from under their noses. We end our first series with a clutch defuse. We start our next with one.
And it's sort of fitting, right? Just hanging out inside that smoke, you never are for certain, especially a late smoke like that in a pistol round. It's always so much more powerful than in another one. But I like how swift Northwood gets back into this, just forcing some fights. And yeah, Shroni does a good job of actually getting a couple of kills towards the end, but ultimately not theirs. But it's another force buy. Saw a bit more of this in Anubis. And with the bomb plant, it's expected.
Like they want to try their hands out from mid. Shots out from the below from ... And Hunter's going to be the one to actually track down Soul Goat for an opening. Shots through the smoke from Connector, and that's going to soften them up for Tix now. Dancing around on B. Only good for the one, though. Shrani removes nice from Market, and a real chance here for OKC. Gotta get this bomb down. Escape's going to make that a little bit hard. Bomb down in the open. Escape still keeping his eyes peeled for this one. 3v2. Molotov's going to block off Market. Bomb recovered now for Twigs. He's going to look to put it in.
A bunch of the numbers, sure, but oh, what a shot from Shada. Swung into that, and Escape just gets executed. And same angle. He's gone back for another try. It's Northwood finding themselves a pistol, but instantly Oklahoma Christian answers back. And you know what? Just a pretty standard type of round from OCU. All they do is just take the mid control. They only have enough utility to really get a handle on that. And that's why this was so scary once the bomb goes down out in the open. It's because they don't have the utility to contend with just one smoke and sort of missed the mark.
That's
so
a big force buy from Oklahoma Christian to bring things back in round 2 after losing the pistol. Good calls coming out for that mid control, and I'm looking to see if they can make this a little bit better for themselves. Escape's going to make himself known. Aggressive angle here onto the ramp, and shots with the 5-7. Oh my lord, he gets 2! Incredible accuracy out from Escape. Now you look to see if Oklahoma Christian can silence the rest of them who are here lurking and waiting for a chance. Shots through the smoke again. Going to bring down a member so very low as Hunter to drop. And Nice on the flank now.
Nice is on the flank.
Everybody's just surrounded. Shada's got to bail them out with Twigs watching over. Can they get it done? Wheaty's actually going to... A little bit of team damage there, but it's Twigs in a 1v1. Low HP on Soul Goat. Soul Goat is going to go all the way up and over. Taking the kill. No kit, but no problem.
None required. Another fantastic round. We swing it back and forth from the force buy for OC to the force buy for Northwood, and it was pistols alone, 5-7s for most. I'm loving it. Northwood are putting themselves back into position. It all starts with Escape. Him getting a second kill out of this is critical. Twigs did everything he could in this last round as well. FAMAS, not strong enough. Another plant, but not another force buy.
They put something together.
I think that realistically, I like the decision not to overinvest. We saw how easy it can be to just get caught in that force buy circle, yeah. I guess.
It's just kind of a losing battle if you just keep on buying and buying and buying. And look, take a look at this. I mean, back when you and I commentated over Northwood up against Drexel.
Holy!
For a second. Shada's making a run for it. It's a 2v2. Twigs is going to make himself known, holding on to this defuse as Soul Goat, but Nice is watching over. And Nice is going to put it away, but as I was saying, things got really close there from Shada. Back versus Drexel. Soul Goat playing through mid with ticks, and Ellis holding onto ramp control constantly was an issue for Drexel. And if Ellis can continue to play like this all game long, you might count A as a non-factor.
I mean, that's maybe a little bit overselling it, but yeah, fair enough. Soul Goat was on the run. Just got a little bit. He heard the molly get extinguished, and he's like, "Uh-oh, this might be a rush." It's all just to bait out the utility, though, and it's been pretty effective. Look, Soul Goat's fresh out. And the other player who's over here, it's Nice, who's just got a smoke left.
Let's see, we still have 6 flashes. 4 side execute.
Plenty.
Only 1 smoke, though. 2 Molotov. Smoke is gone, so... For the post plant, they're just looking at the Molotov on Hunter. And Shada.
They made a brilliant call, though.
This is gonna get this one up.
I mean, he kind of has to. Look at how far any support was for Northwood.
But Escape is going to soften things up a little bit. 2 kills over towards Jungle. Ellis up and over onto Firebox. And again, you're looking at Twigs and Shada to hopefully clutch up for the team. Ellis, though, looking to lock things down with the help of Soul Goat. They will. 1v2 for Shada. It's going to be there for Soul Goat, but it has to get through Escape. And Soul Goat's going to jump off the defuse, help out his comrade, and secure a 4th round.
That was a crazy round of good decision-making from both sides. OC going back towards the A site after they pulled out so much utility from B. They knew with only 1 smoke, they could just isolate 1 player potentially towards the site. That 1 player was Ellis, who didn't even actually play the site. Just played passively. Dropped the smoke for a bit of a position to lurk from, ensuring that there's not too much space. All of that culminating in taking position.
Ticks.
Over at
HE, Kobe.
we got away. Shout out Escape, by the way. I didn't mention him, but doubling down just inside of window.
And Hunter didn't even see it coming. But you're right. I mean, Escape to make a play like that is something that we didn't see too much from Escape in their past series, but to see him step up already is going to give a little bit more room for players like Nice or Tix to kind of work their magic where needed.
It's a bit of an op shuffle for Northwood. It's been yet another man on it.
That was a little bit of an off angle. Has Escape watching over with this op from Ticket. 50 seconds left. It's either now or never. Ellis is going to be found out. Twigs actually the one to get this one, but you lose out on Shada. You may as well just lose this round. Tix is going to find another one with the MP9. Even more cash in the pocket. And holds on to it. AK picked up.
Such a terrifying man to contend with. Just continuing to push time after time. You could see Hunter had no idea, no inkling that he'd be pushing back up after getting forced back. It's another round for Northwood, and they're putting it together pretty quickly.
So was that a little bit afraid of OC and letting Mirage slip through? We're just in such a commanding position now, and seems like OC, rightfully so, pretty scared to just run at things just yet. Slowly walking up is Shrani. Only for an angle onto the player through Cat. Oh, jumps up. The up misses. Shrani maybe gets the better of Escape, but no. Jumps up into mid-window, and Escape is running away.
Could say he's made a quick escape.
Shorter, though, and Hunter. Both just the timing not going their way.
How is Jody alive? He's finally gone down.
He's barely alive, trapped between everybody. Like a prisoner of war.
There was so many bullets flying by his head for the last 10, 15 seconds. A bit of a who could whiff more situation there between Wheaties and Soulgoat, who will go down, but Wheaties traded pretty quickly out there. 6-1. And Oklahoma Christian, this is a time, I think, for them to start to think about what is going wrong. And I think the adjustment that they need is to be a bit more consistent in their mid presence. And it looks like they're going to put a little bit of that early.
Yeah. Pop looking to fight all the way through apps, actually. Hunter looking to spearhead this execute, and it's not going to be the case for Twigs. Looking to keep some attention on him through mid, and he has two members going to be watching this.
They have the utility to hold this back for the moment, but if Oklahoma Christian just go for the exec on the B, Soulgoat's in trouble. He's going to need to provide the support.
With an odd, drops the smoke at the feet, and Hunter is actually going to land a shot there onto Nice. Takes quickly for the refrag there, watching over his comrade, giving him some space to work with, and Escape locates Twigs through mid. He's going to bring this into a 3 versus 3. Hunter again spearheading with the op, just looking to run it right down in. The most aggressive player. Where's the rest of the team? Everybody leaving Hunter all alone. Shada finally going to make some presence here, back over towards bench, but Shrani is AFK.
This is a little bit of a problem, I'd say.
Not for Shada. Now it's a problem.
Maybe it is.
What is happening?
That's so tough. He DC'd. I'm pretty certain. Yeah, he's gone. That's so unfortunate. And he was the one with the bomb as well. You hate to see it. I think that it's pretty clear OC probably have a good chance of winning that round because they would be in a post plant with the pretty good man advantage. I think it would have been a 3-on-2. So
that is
tough, but North would take advantage.
Unfortunate. Hunter, I mean, you can see just how frantic he was to try to make something out of that, and typical out of Shada to at least bring it down to a 1 versus 1. But I mean, that was the difference between 7-1 and 6-2. A lot. That is a major difference in terms of the whole half.
Could be even more than that. It's one round right now for OC. If they can't continue to put together some more opportunities like that, then, well, that number's only going to go higher for Northwood. At the moment, not a forced buy, but just a investment of what they can afford.
Will be quite the nuisance here in apartments and evict Queenie's will. Raising the rent a little bit. I'm looking to do a little bit more as they all just rush out on the site. Shwani finally going to remove Nice after this is going to equalize this one. Up from Escape, not going to land. And Hunter lives to tell the tale. Bomb down, 3v3 for the retake, and an auto recovered on the Shwani. M4 for Shada, and enough maybe to keep them back. The Tech-9 through the smoke. Hunter lands it. And things have fallen to the wayside here a little bit. Ellis now 1v3. They know exactly where to look, and look at the reaction coming out from Oklahoma Christian. Everybody running away. They know time is in their favor, and Shronny has Ellis dead to rights.
And it's just a couple of unfortunate timings and mistakes, a little bit of an error. It all starts with Soulgoat taking the first contact, doesn't realize how close they are up on him, didn't see Twigs get by. And so Twigs can take the fight easily. Nice does a great job of recovering, but it's just too little too late, especially once the smokes go down. And Escape misses the first shot, which he's only given one opportunity. And look at how quickly Northwood back on to pistols. Well, I guess they have 2 MP9s too, but...
Yeah, and I guess if you want to see more Tech-9 plays like that, you can go to twitch.tv/YNGHunter. Hunter with 2 R's, of course.
Well, Twigs was the one to pick up the frag, to be fair.
But the Tech-9 through the smoke.
Oh, that's true.
Twigs is going to have to clear his corners, and yes, he will at his CS 101. Check your corners and make sure no stones go unturned. However, when Tix is in the mix, everything is still possible. Shirani, shots there through the smoke, some good damage done, but it's still able to be a little bit of an issue. But as the bomb goes down, the opportunities here for Northwood, a lesson.
Yeah, they evaporate as quickly as they were created. A little bit of a break for Oklahoma Christian, considering they were able to take advantage of the little mistakes we saw in that anti-eco, and they've turned it around, turned it into something a lot more substantial.
You think about it, though. This could be 6-4, Vincent.
True.
And if this comes down to maybe even like a 1-round game towards the end, you have to think back on that round. And Oklahoma Christian, they just need to make the best out of it at this moment. Forget about what happens and just look forward. And they've done exactly that. Definitely resurfacing within Mirage and making it look a lot better. A little bit of damage there at the end by Tix, but a 3rd round for Oklahoma Christian. They're going to be able to buy up. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, it's all good. Hunter back onto the AWP as well. None so much for Northwood. It's been Escape today. It's sort of a who's who.
This in ladder, it's nice. Alice is definitely feeling the weight of this. Nice shots from Shada. Clinical reads onto this. Bomb down, and the post plant going to be favored over towards ramp.
Man, Shada's been spotted like 3 times. And yet they still can't clear him out.
Finally going to get it done, but not before Shada finds Tix, and that's going to make things a little bit easier now for Oklahoma Christian on this post plant setup. Nice in a 1v3, slowly working his way into the site and slowly working his way into a grave.
Everybody isolated towards that left-hand side as well. You swing one angle, and both the main player and the Tetris player are just so ready to swing off the back of it. it all started right for Northwood. They got the trades effective, but 7-4. It is final round of the half, and it's so quick. You know, from such an early lead, feels like an instant that Northwood's lead has fallen significantly, and Oklahoma Christian about to pick up a 5th round.
Sticks has anything to say about it? I'm down for a little bit of MP9 shenanigans. How about you, Vincent?
Always.
Well, here we go. They line up for Tix. No way! And LS2, the MP9s are prevailing, and a wake-up call for OKC. Exactly what they're playing against. It's Tix, and it's always been Tix.
What do you do? Guy's a menace in that position, too. That's like the 7th MP9 kill that he's gotten in that spot in this half. It's like, the majority of what he was doing in that half was just being incredibly hard to find with the MP9. It's great for the first 2, but this 3rd one is what really sends it over the edge.
And then
Fantastic.
The 4th, I mean, Hunter has just been ruined by Tix on that angle again. And I just can't stop thinking about that one round, Vincent.
It does start to get into the back of your mind.
OC desperately looking to win out here on the pistol to start off strong for the second half, but here come the Timberwolves, and everybody's already on site. Wheaties down to 17, barely doing any damage back, and the plant coming out. Shrani goes down. Low HP on Wheaties. Not long for this Worlds. Northwood University. And they chose to go to Mirage, and you can see why.
Yeah, delivering big time. And you know what, Northwood, just taking a bit of an aggressive tactic on the pistol round, I think it really shows where their head's at the minute. Speaking of where their head's at, Oklahoma Christian, they are in for this force buy. Rare to see these days a CT side force in the second round.
Kind of need to at this point. Hunter with the scout through mid. Lovely shot coming out from Nice just as the smoke blooms. But the Molotov going to get extinguished. Start working their way into connector. Wall escape. Clears through ramp. He's going to make some noise, but does he expect to push through Palace? He does not. Has an idea, but the shot's just not there.
And he was looking for it. Best case scenario, we'll pop that AK over to Shroni and give him a chance. Bring this one back. 4-on-4.
The bomb said it to be.
Force buy, I wouldn't hate if Oklahoma just walked away with this AK and the scout.
Called it a day. Toodaloo.
And it's a little boring, but yeah, I think this is a good decision.
At this point, like, what do? You give up everything else and use the snowball once again for Northwood. 10-4. Heading into the second half, you're still dropping like flies as well. Wheaties is going to make...
I think I would have liked to see him
Wheaties
hang out a little bit further back.
Ellis is going to clear it. And Shrani, I mean, with this AK that you wanted to see carry over, he's the only thing that's carried over.
I mean, that's great. That is the minimum for what the goal was in the back half of that round. But instead of having maybe a more aggressive buy, especially if they were going to force into this, just don't know why you wouldn't keep a handle on that scout. Okay. Ooh. Decisions made at the last moment for Oklahoma Christian. I'm very surprised to see a force out of this one. It does have some legs. Got a FAMAS on Wheaties alongside that AK-47. So it's not terrible. This is not giving you a lot of rope to handle if you lose this round. But don't lose. I guess that is a strategy.
Why didn't I think of that? Twigs hiding away. No real estate has been gained from Northwood in this round. They're going to be trying their hands over towards A, and you know this is, I'd say, the better of the two options Still have Shrani here with an AK.
Still have Shada here,
He's been
hanging out.
not missing with the deal.
Do they clear him? That's the question. I don't know if they will.
Yep. Oh, yeah. They're going to see it. Shrani now swings out. Traded. And this is a winnable round for Northwood all of a sudden. Bomb's going to get planted. Only a scout from Hunter, so nothing that really Northwood have to be afraid of. The bomb's taking his time to get planted because they expect the quick aggression back in.
And there might not be anything really to be afraid of, but they are terrified.
Oh, threw it. Wheaties now looking to run it down, but he's going to give up his life and escape down to 55 HP. Still dancing around triple. 1v2. Twigs out in the open, and Northwood down in a 3v5. They claw their way back.
Here's the biggest problem for that force buy if you're Oklahoma Christian. It looks great if you win it, but now you've lost, and do you just keep force buying? Because then we're talking about not getting a gun round in the second half after an 8-4 half. You have to save, surely. Yeah, that's the answer. So, deagles in hand, at least a couple of them. Never count them out.
Would have loved to at least get that first onto nice, but not expected to do so. Takes call with the molly in hand, and Escape now looking to pick up the pieces from the floor. Shrani looking to spill a little bit more spaghetti, but it's all over the wall. And it's his. Northwood running on in. Looking for 12, and they're going to take it by force.
It's hard. It's a hard path that Oklahoma Christian have committed to, but I think Wheaties with a 5-7 in hand will probably not get too much done.
Not at all.
That was clean.
Yeah.
This is looking very Northwood-esque, though. I'll be honest. I know this is a little bit of a hot take, but this second half, Oklahoma Christian have been maybe their worst enemy. I mean, this buying strategy, it's aggressive, and I love to see it when it works, but man, is it brutal when it doesn't.
In fact, you know, I think that take is so cold. It belongs in the North Pole. You hit the nail.
In the Northwood.
It seems like that is one of the poles of the world right now because they are on top. Escape opens up the round with 3, paving a way for 13-4 victory. Only 2 players to stand in their way. Twigs with an AWP, Wheaties with an M4A1S. And a headshot angle, but lost these in the past. Escape going to be listening for the rotations. All of the rotations here, and nobody's going to clear it. Escape looking for the ace now. Been in a panic mode, and here comes Solgoat to steal it away. Wheaties in a corner. Feels so bad. Solgoat's coming in for the knife. Some BM at the end, but it doesn't matter. It's a win for Northwood, a 13-4 on Mirage. They take the lead in their semifinal match, and now heading into Anubis with the utmost confidence.
You know what? It's hard to see a world where Northwood go down in that, but I am just thinking back that one round, you know, things could have been a little bit different. I'm not saying that was the entirety of the matchup. Northwood dominated the second half, but even beyond that, you know, had to deal with a bunch of force buys, and they were so close. I just wanted to see more gun rounds from Oklahoma Christian, but Northwood deserve all the plaudits. They walked out, and they showed exactly what they were made of.
You know what? I'm going to get a little bit meta here. It's a butterfly effect. You even look back, and, you know, if they win that round, who knows if they win anything more after that one. Northwood, they looked great.
That's true.
And, you know, it's something that I touched on earlier on. And I know you had your own feeling about this. I don't like the call to take Northwood to Mirage.
Northwood picked them out, to be fair.
I mean, you look at it, and it just seems like an auto veto against this team, something that you need to ban out right away. And at the same time, you can argue and say that, you know, it is not just the comfort pick of Northwood, but it's the comfort pick of other teams. That hasn't been the case. Northwood are a step above everybody so far on this map, and keeping another team down to 4. They haven't given up 5 rounds on Mirage just yet. It's a little bit worrying when you're looking at teams who just continue to bring them to this map.
That's true. I mean, in Northwood leaning into it themselves as well. There's also the difficulty where, you know, maybe you have a permaban and it's not Mirage. Do you permaban, or do you ban your perma, or do you try and ban out a very dominant Northwood Mirage? It's all up for debate, but I think you're right. This clearly not the answer that Oklahoma Christian needed, and the consistency with which Northwood have held every team to like sub 6 rounds, sub 5 rounds, something like that on this map. It's terrifying. I think that is the takeaway. Mirage, not a place you want to meet Northwood.
Gotta go.
Not on a good day, not on a bad day, no matter what you're feeling. Mirage ain't it.
And you have to make that argument in saying that, you know, if you're going to bring Northwood to a map where they're maybe uncomfortable on, you might be uncomfortable too, but at least you're both uncomfortable and you can kind of work off of that basis together. You don't want to play them at their best. You want to play them, you know, when they're a little bit shaken up.
Do Northwood get uncomfortable?
I don't
Have
know
they
if even
been
do.
uncomfortable?
Well, it's the case. It kind of full circle now across like the whole start of this one. We have yet to see a team really test Northwood. And, you know, maybe Mirage is a little bit of a bad litmus test to go by. This Anubis better be damn good by Oklahoma Christian, or else, you know, Northwood just might look like the undisputed at this point.
Yeah, they're putting together all the pieces to potentially do that. I've been really impressed with what they're doing. And, you know, this is another point we talked about, right? This time, Tix had some big moments, but he was by no means like the only guy stepping up. He was part of the strategy. I mean, we saw the replay, that MP9 round in particular, actually both of them down at A ramp, both in the same spot. Those were great, but those were 2 out of 13 rounds won.
And even looking back at the stats here, it paints quite the picture. Shrani and Shada having some incredible moments early on, by the way, for Mirage. It did trail off towards the end. Some individual moments from everybody on Oklahoma Christian, but again, it reflects in the scoreline that it just wasn't enough. You need to see a little bit team cohesion on some of these site takes, some of the post plants. You look back to the 1 round 2 when Shrani was AFK, and you definitely have to feel bad for Oklahoma Christian, but in the grand scheme of things, that 1 round doesn't seem to change what the scoreline looks like. You look at Escape, who starts off 19-8 for this series, having himself a game on Mirage, and really something we haven't been used to when looking at Escape as a player so far. I mean, he had a great week last week versus RIT, but back versus Drexel, very much a backseat was taken by Escape. Not the most flashy player, but here on Mirage, really showing what he's made of.
Yeah, I think it's interesting to look at it, and I actually think that's another little bit of a win in the column for Northwood. You know, with everybody stepping up, we say they can, and then they show us that they do. Even tossing around that AWP as well. Escape taking the front seat on that one. It is Anubis coming up next, though, and Seymour, got to see something better from this Oklahoma Christian squad. We could be saying goodbye a little bit early to them down to the lower bracket if they cannot pull that off. We'll take a quick break, and when we come back, Anubis will be underway.
We get how uncertain the future is. We've come of age in a complex world, face to face with problems we didn't create. So what's gonna happen next? We are. Because our future is the future. The life we have chosen has prepared us for this. So we're going to build bridges and hospitals in a day. We're gonna save families from disasters and feed those left in the cold. We're going to do all this and more because we have an appointment with destiny. We invite you to join us. The next greatest generation is now. We get how uncertain the future is. We've come of age in a complex world, face to face with problems we didn't create. So what's gonna happen next? We are. Because our future is the future. The life we have chosen has prepared us for this. So we're going to build bridges and hospitals in a day. We're going to save families from disasters and feed those left in the cold. We're going to do all this and more because we have an appointment with destiny. We invite you to join us. The next greatest generation is now.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Rally Cry Collegiate Series presented by the Army National Guard. My name is Seymour. With me is Vincent. We just got done with map 1 between Northwood and Oklahoma Christian, and oh boy, it was a one-sided affair that I don't think I was really ready to see. But, you know, I say that every single time I see Northwood take the stage in this tournament. You know, I always doubt them, but they always come up and they show out, especially on Mirage. But heading into our second map pick of Oklahoma Christian, Vincent, we're heading towards Anubis, and I need to hear it from you. Where does Oklahoma Christian start to come back against this team when looking at Anubis?
Well, I mean, listen, they actually start on the T side, so there's that at the very least.
Right.
They
jokes.
Hey, listen. I have somewhere that I've headed with this. OC elected to start on the T side of Mirage, and actually, I've read it wrong. They don't even start on the T side. It was just a joke. It was a joke, Seymour. Just let me be. I get a mistake once or twice.
Well, we can't have nice things.
It's so true. Anyway, Anubis coming in. I do think that OC didn't put their best foot forward. I mean, you and I talked during the break in the green room about how their T-side strategy was a little wild. You know, they kept going for those aggressive force buys. And listen, that can work, but in this case it didn't. And it didn't give them a chance to actually build into anything for the second half. Now they get to reset and go into a map that they've prepared for.
Yeah, and I think that when you look at the performance from some of these players, maybe something's not going your way. If you're Oklahoma Christian back in map number 1, you had the disconnect from Shrani. I'm sure that's a little bit frustrating, especially in a round that was very winnable. You definitely could have been looking at a 7-5 half at the end of the first half of Mirage, but it doesn't go your way. I definitely think that, you know, kind of puts you on edge, and as things in the second half start snowballing out of, you know, your side of I guess, your side of the playing field, it gets harder and harder to play at your best. And, you know, as Northwood just continues to beat you down, you saw that Mirage it didn't seem like it was on the table for the side of Oklahoma Christian. And Anubis is a very, very different map, especially when you're looking at, you know, Oklahoma Christian obviously coming into it with a plan, starting off on the CT side, looking to end strong on the T side. They're hoping to at least put on a show here and shut down Northwood's T-sided Anubis beginning.
It all starts with the pistol round, and Northwood, hey, they've been pretty good at these, I believe. They're going to send it straight over to the A site, and there's a flash ready to go.
Shada's going to actually capitalize off of this one, and right out into the open. Tix is the first to fall. Hunter with a little bit of Overwatch, and 2 go down for Northwood. Unfortunately for the side of Oklahoma Christian, Soulcoat is still collecting skulls, and for a moment there, had a chance versus Wheaties. Wheaties gonna step up big time here, but escape to a 1v3. Now 1v2 with 2 HP and a dream. Shrani's gonna put that dream to rest. Okay, Oklahoma Christian, a fantastic round 1.
Yeah, okay. We're already on a way better footing than we were seeing before. And the way that Oklahoma Christian were able to just kind of group back up and play together there, it suggests that they haven't had a plan initially. The flashbang comes in, and they were able to execute very well. Getting off on the right foot this time around.
I can't believe Shada got out of that, too.
Yeah. I mean, he had so much support. I think there was a second and third player on the site.
Unlike back on Mirage, not going to be seeing any T-side forces. That's because the bomb didn't get planted, and Northwood, they're smarter than that. So
keep it simple. And listen, on a round like this, I think it's important to come back and reiterate how good the individuals for Oklahoma Christian are, right? We didn't quite see the strength of them, but like Hunter, Twigs, and Shada, they're all playing on the same advanced team at the moment. And you know, that's essentially the same level that most of these Northwood players are at. Now, granted, the heights that Northwood have been able to find as individuals a little higher, but on paper, this is still a very competitive series, just not a first map that was seeing too much of that competitiveness that we were hoping
and you
to
know,
find.
when you take a look at you know, esports in general, and I love that you bring that up, it's just you can put 5 of the best players in the world on a team, but if they've ever played against each other, it sometimes just doesn't work, and they're going to lose to some teams that you might not expect. So we might be.
You're saying I can beat simple?
That you can do
I hear
whatever
you.
your heart desires if you put in the work.
That's very true, but not the committed answer I was looking for.
Of course you can beat simple. What am I talking about?
Thank you.
Well, Shrani's going to have to go big, and he does! Shrani lines all 3 of them up with a little bit of help from Wheaties. He's going to bring this into a winnable scenario for the rest of them. But Nice snatches it out from under them. And a 1v1. Nice.
Oh, fake?
The idea, fake plant, but he's going to go in for it, and Shada has closed this gap, expecting him to be hidden in the smoke, but Nice has no idea where he is, and vice versa, both playing off of this blocked utility.
This is wild timing.
Nice has moved all the way in to Temple. He's just going to wait this out, wait for...
He's going to know he's longer Temple now.
And everything to come out of here. He has the kit. Nice has to go. Does he know this one? He's going to tap it out. Spraying on through. Shada just doesn't stick it. And Nice goes for the knife. No time for the defuse. And the knife.
He gets it. A 1v3 from
Most
Nice.
awkward gunfight I have seen in a very long time.
Yeah, that was a nice knife.
A knife kill.
Man, you thought Shroni did enough. I thought so too. Such a great position there, backside and connected ×2 towards the beginning of that round.
As a
But
player, I mean, you never expect for just a one tap to come flying your way when you're sitting in the CT spot.
I will say it's a questionable decision to be in that spot with
It
an
is.
MP9 though. knowing you're up against AKs, I think was the mistake, not getting one tapped.
You don't want to give Northwood the time of day. They'll make plays like that. As we said at the start, each and every single member on this team can have clutch moments.
As we saw right there. A little bit of a slower round for Northwood this time out, though. They're going to take mid control, and we've got a couple of players there. Meantime, they've also creeped up into Canal and through into E-Box. All of that control going to culminate, though, in a hit.
Just going to walk through the smoke. It's up to Twigs to really shut down the rest, but Shada there for the refrag. And now stuck on the side. Flash out. Nice going to be able to collect this one. Nice actually gets another nice stepping up for the team. Once again, 5-2. Already through with these 4 rounds that we've seen, but that's where this round is going to end for Nice, and it brings us into a 2v2. The post plant escape. We're going to play aggressive together with Solko. I don't know if Weedy's going to be ready for this at all. It doesn't matter. Shrani gets Solko, but Escape tucked away. There to find the rest. Down to a 1v2. Escape says no problem.
It's important to stick together, and that's what North would do in the 2-on-2. Making sure that whenever you're swinging one, you're swinging them both, or at least close behind. It did get a little bit dicey there, but Nice has done it again. Yeah, low HP on both of those players, but he gets them one by one. They drop as we even the score out 2-2. This is a full eco for the most part. There's a flashbang, and well, that's about to be utilized to take space over at B.
Shada's the first to go down. Looking to make a play, some heroics that never come. Hunter's the next up, seems.
You know, that's a guy that I think we need to see a little bit more from. Wasn't bad on Mirage, was pretty much in line with everybody else. In a 13-4, you can't expect too much, but I think Hunter's a guy that needs to step up against this Northwood team. For them to find success, that could be the case.
To come out of it, those shots there, and I totally agree. That and Twigs too. Unfortunate start to this game. 0-4 does have the 4 assists, so it's not like Twigs is doing nothing very supportive so far on Anubis. But when it comes down to, you know, putting yourself in situations as we saw in this round in particular, you're just kind of caught in the open, flashed out by Northwood, and giving up a little bit too much to your enemy team. So the first time here on Anubis, Northwood going to take their lead. A little bit of a see you later there from Shrani. Goodbye gift. Wants to collect this gun, and he actually might be able to. Yeah, Shrani goes back in for the AK.
Dude's got some long arms. And he reached down so far. The lead is Northwood's.
Call those garbage scooper arms.
Okay, that's a first for me. I call those like monkey arms, maybe. Garbage scooper arms. I'm so thrown off.
Hey, I don't make the rules. I just tell the story.
Gotta have. Oh, how is he? W King.
And Wheaties is not ready for it at all. Nothing to give it away. Just listening for the footsteps. A little bit of damage, but Solko's going to take that. And working off of 10 HP, you can look to the rest to fall in line.
And look at how Northwood have just slowed things down once again. They've got this control. There's no need to overextend, no need to be overzealous. Sure, they were ready to potentially go for a quick B split, but no need. 5-on-4, and this is the most space you're ever going to get with that 5-on-4 so early.
Yeah, and I think Oklahoma Christian, they're really feeling the wrath of that play. They can't re-aggress and re-clear. They don't have the numbers. They don't have the utility really to drain away at making these hero plays. The flash is going to come through. Shrani, once again, looking to step up big time, and he might have just done it. A kill on to escape, and Soulcoat keeps us in a winnable scenario, but Nice lurking through mid is going to split the difference.
A little bit of a mistake. Double smoke towards Palace, but
they're going back in. Hunter looking to do it all himself. Ellis in a 1v1. Twigs, when you need him the most. The 1v1 finally goes his way. There's so much time to hit this defuse. First kill of the map, and it's a win under your belt.
Man, Shrony, what a delivery. Little double spray down. He's at 10-3 at the moment. Is Shrony, but yeah, Twigs, big delivery. This was the beginning of the round, though. How this goes by the wayside is insane, especially with the cutoff from nice and mid. That should never have been a loss for Northwood, and Oklahoma Christian take it by storm. One more round before Northwood are broke. And they'll have an AWP for the first time on Anubis.
Maybe there's a chance for Hunter to step up where you've been searching for. The presence being shown, just missing the mark, and it's not a dink, but there's a tag onto Hunter. Wheaties now looking to clear that again, see if he can give Hunter back his angle. Smoke is going to make it a little bit troublesome to breathe here. Shada with an MP9 just on the verge of taking a battle versus Solgo. Been taking their sights in the middle of the map. Twigs wants to actually give him the time of day here. He's going to spot the shadow, and that's an easy one for Twigs. Off of a clutch round. Looking to pick up Tix as well, but Tix instead turns things around with a double kill, and Solgo opens the gates of A.
That's a classic Tix moment right there. Walks in, has the support of the flashbang, and he gets away with a double. Shrony's going to cut it back to maybe a 2-on-3, but he's tagged down heavily in the process.
He's only has a FAMAS. The AWP go for Hunter? You need to go find it.
Yeah, they're trying to collect. They will be successful in doing so. In fact, Solgo's looking to hunt him down. Some big impact moments from Solgo. You know, I mentioned not always the guy you look to for the individual fragging, right? Like I said, you know, typically the in-game leader, but
Run.
he's had some big impact already.
He's got to go. Stuck in a corner. Hold on to your life. Hold on to your hats, and hold on to the sniper as best as you can. But no, you're totally right. I mean, Solgoat is a player we mentioned too last week. 9-7 on the Mirage versus RIT. 11-10 on the Overpass. This is not a player you turn to make the moments for Northwood. You're the one you turn to command this team of superstars. And when Solgo can make plays like that, it's just going to bring the confidence up for the rest of the team to follow him to the edge of the earth.
He's been setting the pace, setting the tone with that aggressive play up at E-Box. I think that in particular just really goes to show the confidence that Northwood are feeling, and Solgo in particular. But it's been a team effort at the moment. And Oklahoma Christian getting away with that massive 1v1 with Twigs. Otherwise, this is a lot less of an impressive showing from them. Granted, they are on the CT side, and they come in with a force buy this round. Understandably so. They have a couple of weapons that they saved over. The op in particular.
It's going to bloom. They're under a little bit of stress, but Shrony was the one who usually makes the plays, and this time Ellis is going to clip him, remove the head, and open up this site. Wheaties thought for a chance maybe somebody was going to walk open into the smoke, but instead, I was going to go down into a 4v3.
Wheaties had a flashbang coming up over the top, and it just was dodged out expertly by Northwood. And so he just walks into an AK-47 to the head.
Definitely not what the doctors recommends.
Solgo getting with some of the same treatment from his teammate.
And with head armor, so, you know, it's a little bit...
Does that make it better?
You know, 2 out of 10 doctors recommend.
Okay.
5-7 there from Twigs. Wow.
I'll give him some. Hunter's going to walk away. Well, should walk away with his op. So, I mean, there is some small victories to come away from this round. You've limited Northwood to a certain extent. You're going to get an extra kill and the AWP. All of those are positives. And check out the Northwood economy. It's not like it's doing really good, but they're not flowing yet.
No, there's still a chance to turn it around for this half. And all things considered, you walk away 9-3 into the T side of Anubis. It's still a very winnable game.
Oh, for sure. I mean, T-side's still the preferable one.
Like
Northwood showing what?
Oh, he falls off of it. But Shada with a deagle! All three line up! Crosshair placement to the moon. And Shada's looking for more, going for the ace possibly, but through the smoke escape, finally gonna get that trade. And Hunter not needed. It's the mini-op. Makes the play back in. Flash. Hunter finally gonna let it rip with the AWP. I think that's the first shot he's hit with it so far on this map, but better late than never to the party.
I just don't understand why nobody from Northwood had their guns out. 3 players running around the corner into position that could have enemies, and all 3 with knives out.
Very shot of play. I mean, we've seen him hit those shots back on Mirage. This time, it's a little bit easier when they're walking around with just a knife.
Yeah, massive mistake from Northwood. We haven't seen very many of those. Those have been few and far between. And, oh, this is a bad position for Northwood to be. I mentioned that their money was a little weird. Well, now it's really weird.
They're going to force buy.
And, I mean, this is into round 10, so, you know, if you lose this one, there's really not time to go for an eco or anything.
Hunter's going to work on the shot. Mid, slowly the approach seems to be... Who's here?
This might end up being just to be explode up through E-box. Yeah, all 3 players are 3 of the biggest players for Northwood in that position.
Hunter finally gets the better of Tix. So that's going to be a little bit of pressure off the shoulders of these members. And Shrane's been in an angle where, well, he's been good for 1, sometimes even 2. They look to Weedy to put this one away with his help. So here comes the utility. Out they go. Molotov at the feed. Soulcoat leading the charge, and it's down to Shrani again. Good for the 2, but Soulcoat has got through.
He's done it again, and he's got a smoke to start cutting off this rotation back in. All 3 remaining Oklahoma Christian members are in position, and an 8K recover for Ellis.
Through the smoke, Soulcoat spammed down. Shada, some incredible knowledge on where to look, where to shoot, and Ellis now trying to dance around this pillar. Twigs is going to get the better of him. Nice timing to push it all at the same time. Oklahoma Christian, they give up the plant in the round, but it's exactly what Northwood were playing for. At least, if not the round win, get some extra cash here for their economy, because now you're looking into the back half of this first half of Anubis. And you made that great point. So you can't really save. You need to get as much cash as possible in these rounds so you can keep it flowing.
Drone is a guy that we haven't talked too much about, but man, is he really stepping up to the plate. And that kind of goes to show you, right? You know, your focus onto some of the CS guys that Oklahoma Christian have just picked up, but there's some very strong individual presence there.
And Twigs' arrival has been a big help as well from 0-4 at the start. 6 now. They find more. The spray. Good for both Soulcoat and Tix. Those kills are going to make it a lot easier for Hunter to live on side. Shrani sidelines escape from Temple. For the first time since the pistol rounds, Oklahoma Christian take their lead back on Anubis, and now looking to end their half at an advantage of 2. Heading to the T side as well. I mean, this is fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, listen, they picked the map. I think that we should be expecting them to find some space to work with, but the margins for error can be so small. Northwood, just one mistake, and they go from a pretty solid hold of this whole game to it falling away from them, slipping through their fingers and away from their grasp.
A little scary at first, but welcome to the semifinals. Oklahoma Christian looking to go the extra mile here. Weedy's flashed out, but spots nothing. Escapes back in. And speaking of escape, Shada takes him out of the round.
Smidler.
E-Box actually. Solgo's just looking to collapse on this one. Shrani burning to a crisp. Plays like that is what I was hoping to see a lot earlier from Northwood.
Well, they're still not out of this one yet. The bomb's going to go down. Single flashbang, and that's just been invested. Ellis all the way back in main. And about to get flanked. But he's watching, he's waiting.
It's a big win from Shada. 2v2. Flank is going to be known, and Hunter has gone down. Solgoat leading this team to salvation. The last round of the half going to manage to bring things to a 6-6 tie. Denies the advantage to Oklahoma Christian. And does so 13-9 out of Solgoat.
I've been saying it all game long that Solgoat's look crispy. He's been having some massive moments, but he does it again. There are 4 frags in the final round of the half. Shut him down. And into 3-on-3. Oklahoma Christian fall 1 by 1. We heading into the second half. Northwood bleeding for the moment. Haven't seen a lot of that, but Oklahoma Christian the ones to draw first.
Oklahoma Christian definitely not deep water just yet. This pistol round is going to be so big to take away. Nice, and Ellis all chime in for 3 together. Nice, going to go back in. Instead, Oklahoma Christian just looking to jump on down and see if they can take their fight somewhere else. Shada on 3 health.
No, look at how fast Northwood took position off of those confirmations out mid. Solgoat's all the way through B. This is incredible. He's on low HP, but there's no way they expect him this far forward.
Shot would be impeccable.
What? He was jumping.
Able to get one back. I mean, things like that just tend to happen. A game that is so neck and neck. Flashback over. Twigs racing back to B. Or sorry, racing back to A now.
Once again, Northwood playing the numbers game, and when you see so many players elsewhere, they were taking space immediately. As soon as they know that they have the man advantage, though, grouping back up. Twigs, he's so terrified. This is what Northwood do to Oklahoma Christian when they've made so much map control and awareness known to Oklahoma Christian. Twigs has to clear everything.
Just got to take a gamble, and yes, he will. And I was a little bit afraid of picking up the dualies for a site like A, but it's for this moment here to get aggressive and look to put them to work. No utilities, so they're just going to go in together, and Zoe will. Nice! A drive-by. Incredible shot there. Nice again, stepping up big time for Northwood.
Well, there it is. 3 kills as well for him in the pistol. You had a 1v3, and this time it's a 3K. He had the teammates to save the day. Solgoat, another big moment from him. I go back to it one more time. You see 4 players there up mid, and that's what allows for Northwood to simultaneously push B, push A, and take all of the space. The whole map was theirs. And that's why Oklahoma Christian, they rotated all the way through spawn. They didn't have anything to work from. They knew they had to clear it out, but they're not done yet.
Forest Spy.
Here's the Forest Spy.
Good round 2, and this was able to garner them a round win back on Mirage. Second round, way back when.
What?
Shots like that are gonna maybe give you a chance doing it again, though the refrag from Tix is going to slow things down a considerable amount. Ellis pops an 8 over. Doesn't hit its mark quite on the noggin, but I think Oklahoma Christian have made some real good progress into this round, actually. They've drawn them right off of B.
Certainly some inroads, but on the other hand, Northwood just trying to play a bit of a numbers game themselves. Instead of playing committed towards the B site, just going to play a bit more passive.
Anybody you're
hoping that
leave?
either they don't come or you can play retake.
You're going to leave here, it's going to be Tix. Magic Man. I say that, oh my goodness, Shada. Quite the same, the other way around. Shawnee now looking for some real estate back into the spot of Northwood. He's going to find it. Nice. Removed from the position. Round almost set in stone here. Escape's going to swing out. This down to a 2 versus 3. Grab this Galil and run for the hills, but I think OKC or Oklahoma Christian have got exactly what they've been looking for in this round win.
That they have. And it was a patience game for them. They get started with the first engagement, finding some success. There'll be an exit or two for Ellis. In fact, he's cut them both down. That's $1,200 extra in his back pocket, and a gun to be recovered as well. Should get an AK out of this, or well, an M4 will do. A massive win, force buying, and finding the success.
Oh, Shrani making some pretty heads-up plays, too, to not allow the retake to come to fruition, taking matters into his own hands, quite like we've seen back on so many plays in the first half out of Shrani being that difference maker, and consistently doing it off of some moderate success on Mirage. Soul Goat now looking to take some action of his own. Weird angle to take, but Soul Goat still manages to get 3.
I don't know how he's done it. He's done some Neo from the Matrix moves right there.
He's getting more. Down to a 1v1, and Hunter is already down to 31 HP. I mean, Escape has recovered an M4. Or he's brought an M4 to this.
Oh, but he's looking for it.
He spots him just over the smoke. Twigs, another chance for a clutch victory, but swept under the rug by Northwood in a very Northwood-esque round.
I mean, I don't know how Solgut stays alive. He had like 13 health for 3 of those kills. Just kept moving in the 5-7. It's a really deadly weapon up close, but you never expect it to get 4 in a row there. Northwood are answering back.
Yes, they are.
They've got a little bit of extra wiggle room with the weaponry in this round.
Only takes one stray shot from a scout in Hunter's hand to really open things up, though.
Already one of those stray shots into Tix, who's now at 30 HP.
I think they just want to explode onto A. Twigs.
I mean, fair enough. You want to try and close the distance a little bit?
Through E-box, and Tix is actually going to get found out. Nice. The next one up to the chopping block, and incredibly low in HP. Twigs is looking to come alive here on Anubis. Finally doused is the flame. Over towards A we go. Shrani with the Tech 9 through the smoke. Finds and actually shuts down Escape. 2v3. A little bit of a turnaround. This is a very winnable round now for Oklahoma Christian, and you can see Shrani, he's playing for something cheeky with the Tech 9, just baiting for a kill. The M4 is giving him absolutely nothing. Soul Goat now into the USP. Matters into his own hands and leaving Hunter with just a scout in this angle, expecting it to be up high, but he's down low. Oklahoma Christian a little bit too slow to the marker. That's going to bring Northwood up by 2.
Soul Goat is dragging him, kicking and screaming over the line right now. This is the most on edge I've seen Northwood the entirety of this tournament. And we're gonna see Hunter drop out of the server for a moment, so it'll be a second to try and get him back in here. Man, talk about like important rounds, impact rounds. 4K on the force buy for Soul Goat. Then he brings us back. This kill into Twigs, right? Soul Goat's the one to pick that up, and he comes back in, providing the support to Ellis.
And immediately runs.
Yeah. Just a triple kill from him.
Oh, dude.
Shout out Ellis for staying alive for so long as well.
But again, I mean, such a crucial round for Oklahoma Christian. And it's plagued by an AFK member. I don't know if Hunter was alive, that would change things, but it would give you a fighting chance. With numbers.
Did Hunter DC whilst the round was
He had
live?
to be. He was looking at the roof.
Oh, I didn't even notice. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Man, 2 rounds on 2 different maps. I don't know that would have been the difference maker, but on a round where there was very slim margins, it certainly could have been.
And I mean, you look at the numbers of this game. This is definitely in the realm of possibility of an Oklahoma Christian win. Rounds like that, you're broken now, and you're looking to just run it down. Into B we go. Tix, crossfire with Soul Goat. able to put together too, but Oklahoma Christian, they do break through the defenses, and now it's Nice's turn. The bomb is actually going to be dropped off from Wheaties. He won't be able to plant it. Twigs with a recovered M4 brings this, continuing to keep it equal, and Hunter now gives the advantage.
Oklahoma Christian on these fast pops for the pistols have been incredible.
One. Escape looking to press the issue. Over the top. Flashes out. Escape swings back out. Not looking at the flash. Hunter played like a fiddle. Escape wins those all day, every day, especially on Anubis. So clutch for Northwood. Escape having himself one hell of a Saturday.
Oklahoma Christian have been so incredible at these types of rounds. So, like, anytime they have a little bit of utility, can like play for a pop out onto a site, that's a terrifying prospect for Northwood. Oklahoma, that was their eco. This is the full buy, and Northwood, they are far less than perfect. Yes and up. FAMAS and MP9, it's not ideal. Let's see, spread out for the default.
Shot, I think, and the lucky star is there. Seemed like he was too ready for somebody to aggress. And we saw back in our last series that, you know, on Anubis, this op can be shut out on the CT side considerably easily. Seems like the T's want to do that yet again. The re-up and smoke over towards E-Box. Twigs is going to walk through, and things you hate to see, but I think Twigs just makes work. You know that the op is going to be here, but Escape actually drops. Shrani's waiting, and Wheaties paving the road.
I don't know how he's pulled that off. He was on 4 frags, and he's picked up 2 high-impact ones. The op down, the rifle's pretty much gone. Nice's kit is the only thing that's keeping Northwood even close to in this.
You don't even go for this at this point. You can't. There's no cash on Northwood. This game, I mean, it is so back and forth on Anubis. If you ask me if this is game 1 or game 2, I'd probably say game 1 because I feel like Mirage never even happened.
Yeah, a bit of a wild time, but Northwood, that 1v1 or the round that goes down to the 1v1. Hello?
Ellis? Run, Hunter. Oh no. Ellis just made such an important play.
And it's not going to be recovered either.
There's no need for the MP9, but there is need for the AWP. And oh my word.
This might convince Northwood to force buy, actually.
Maybe not
yeah,
fully.
it will. They're into it. No cash left for the rest of the Northwood players, and I mean they are on, I think, minimum loss bonus, so does make some sense.
Loma Christian now testing them on Anubis. All to the very end. Shrani is going to open up the round with the frag onto Tix. Now looking for a little bit extra real estate. A shot up. Ellis is going to be spotted, but just before the reposition can come through, Ellis snaps one to the forehead.
An even trade. One towards B, another death towards A. On Soul Goat, a little bit overzealous in that moment.
Fishing for a little bit too much. Nice might have a chance for another one. Just tucked away, has made zero noise. You have 46 HP, but still a chance with the FAMAS, and Twigs has no idea. That's an AK picked up. 2 versus 3 for the retake now. Dallas can find a pick with the Deagle. That might warrant a retake, but if not, might warrant the save. Even though Nice has this kit, I just don't think it's possible.
I mean, Ellis, there's also that kill he found over at A. So there might be an AK over in A main. Oh, yeah. He's got something to work with. There it is. Extra flashbang, too, just to add to the nice finds. Sharoni, another triple kill, though. Just walking his way out. Gets the initial frag on the aggressive Escape, or no, that was Tix who was playing aggressive over at B, but from there, he catches all of them off guard, one by one, out of the B site.
Shrine has been impeccable in this series. I gotta talk about Twigs a little bit. I mean, started off flat, and ever since Twigs has come alive, it felt like Anubis has been very controlled by Oklahoma Christian. Now 18 and 14 since starting 0 and 4.
Yeah, I had a little bit of a rough couple of rounds, shot in the side of the head, but not this time.
Drag there from Shada. Ellis gets overwhelmed, and Escape gonna be playing on an angle with Eagle in hand. Nice long range battle for Shada. Gets a second. Bomb making its way on the site now. I thought Nice tapped his teammate, but that's the AGs just getting thrown at them. A flurry of explosions, and might be thinking you're watching a Michael Bay film. Soul Coat at least confirms one with the USP, but the bomb is down, and Nice has 13 health. You got to keep this head armor. You got to keep the kit, utility, and the AK.
Yeah, so heckin' God, he's out of there. No need to stick around, not at all. But here it is, Northwood about to be equalized. And it's another round where just keeping it simple is the strategy for Oklahoma Christian. Whenever they've been sticking together, playing for those just standard site execs, this not even an execute, more just trying to make contact, and once they do, they pick up the pace. See a tied game.
Now what comes next for Northwood? Because they have been struggling a little bit here on Anubis, but they're not out. It's 10-10. I mean, they've been on 10 for a couple rounds now. They've been feeling a little bit of pushback. What changes?
Normally, I'd say the standard answer is go double op, but no money for that. So maybe try to get a little bit more far forward over in mid. They've got two players there early.
Hunter's going to locate Six. So Goat's got to be careful not to give things away too early. He's dropping his way back down to E-Box. Escape's actually going to take the place of his teammate there. Hunter knocked down to Peg. 7 HP. Molotovs.
Oh, he's so dead.
Yeah.
We just kind of hoping for Soul Goat to make this swing, and Soul Goat's going to give him the chance.
Escape's the one to die. Unexpected from Wheaties, but a welcome surprise.
Soul Goat sticking around for maybe even too long. It's all up to Ellis now. The 8 hits coming.
34 health. And he's not even looking the right way. Ellis is paying attention towards mid. Smoke's going to be dropped, and maybe a little bit of wiggle room now for this M4 to play with. We're going to keep the bomb on site, but Twigs just above the smoke locks down that player, and it's an easy kill now to put this into an unwinnable scenario.
Another save. This is, I think this is the hardest part of the CT side for this map in particular, is how incredibly often you have to save if you don't get anything. Like, if the site is just insta lost, it is round over.
Yeah. Two sites that are very difficult to retake. Doesn't give you a whole lot of room to work with. Now 11 for Oklahoma Christian, and possibility for Nice to lose his AK, but it will carry over. Northwood, you look at the money. I mean, they're going to be able to put something together here. They drop the AWP over towards Escape. Tix should have enough to buy up, but I mean, this is the last chance they're off for the team. It's a real chance. We're looking at Ancient soon.
Yeah, and it would be Northwood finally knock down at least a peg. Be the first time they are losing a map in this whole engagement. Op is out though. Escape has that ready to go. It's not the best amount of utility, but oh, Ellis, this E-Box position has been brutal for Northwood. They haven't won a single engagement there outside of like Twigs walking through the smoke.
Not only that, but Ellis has been struggling this map. 9 and 17. See if Escape can maybe pick something up from this one. The op struggling to find any angles. Whiffs on the fight versus Wheaties. And now the double Molotov to block any reinforcements. Safe
Another
again.
Save? Yeah, I mean, Atlas just a little bit overzealous. He didn't even have the support of a teammate there. He just was trying to search and see if anybody was up canal, but at that point, it's just a bit too far forward. Escape. Kind of felt like he was feeling the pressure. Kind of everything on his back there.
Somebody hit the panic button.
Yeah, a bit.
Look how rich Oklahoma Christian are. They can hunt for this all they want.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, and you see Soulgoat even a little bit unsure of this battle. Trying to hold on to his life. The HE in the back. Soulgoat loses the gun, and it's another rifle out of the pocket of Northwood heading into the potential last round of Anubis.
Now, the good news is for Northwood, they only need to pick up 2 rounds for this to be an overtime affair. And they're even with 2 out of the 3 rifles saved, they're also pretty darn strong here. This one thing that's been missing is Northwood have been very passive on their CT side. Like, how many times have they actually like flashed and pushed B? Like, almost never. Here we go. This is a little bit more of what I was hoping to see. Ellis, the one to all the way forward, has support this time through.
Oh, but Ellis and Nice are going to be clipped. Soulgoat expected. Texas looking to make them plays now, and it's down to a 2 versus 2 immediately. B-site is open. Escape is running to go reinforce it, but they have no idea. They're just walking right through mid. Trony, not sure if he actually saw Tix there.
Doesn't look like it. At least not going to make the moves off the back of it. Has heard the rotation towards B, though, which should give Oklahoma Christian at least an idea, if not the confirmation that the A site is fully cleared out. Northwood are going to be the maximum distance away from this retake, and they don't have a choice but to go for it.
Polar
Good
opposites.
news is they have kits.
You look to Escape and Tix, 2 very clutch players of Northwood, to keep this game going. Weedy is Shrani on the other side. Set up to the CT half of things, just on top of heaven.
So much util.
Flashes out, now they know. Flashback over, Shrani peeks it out, and Escape caught with a Molotov in his hand, but Tix makes this a 1v1. Time ticking away. Wheaties knows it's in his favor. He's just got to swing out, and he delivers. Wheaties shows that even gods bleed here in the Rally Cry Collegiate Series, taking a map off Northwood and sending us to Ancient.
And this is a lot better of a look from this Oklahoma Christian team. Much more what I expected to see, right? A Northwood that we're sort of struggling to find some footing, especially in that second half. I don't know where it all goes wrong, but some moments where individuals weren't actually stepping up. The first time we've seen that from Northwood, where they didn't have just everybody dominating. And a lot of credit due to Shrony in particular, I think. That guy just was so consistent for Oklahoma Christian and had so many moments where I think he was the one to find like the key double kill in order to keep the round alive.
I think it's the first time that we've actually seen Northwood on stream panicking in scenarios. He couldn't get the ball rolling. You saw Ellis had a horrible map on Anubis, just wasn't able to make anything out of it. And the rest of them just put in situations on the CT side that it just didn't look like they were comfortable with. I think Anubis is exactly where Oklahoma Christian wanted to go to, and they made it look fantastic. Like they practiced it 10 times over heading into this scenario. And it started off a little bit shaky. I will say, Northwood came out the gates hot off of their win on Mirage, but that's to be expected. As soon as Oklahoma Christian got level heads, they never looked back. And of course, another AFK round that they're just, I'm glad to see that they're just able to shrug it off.
Yeah, I think that it can be mentally booming for sure, but I do have to ask the question, like, where was Soulgoat's help in this game? He was consistently finding so much value, and we saw very little of that from anyone else. Nice had some incredible moments, and I think that he would be the only other guy that I'd say for Northwood really stepped up, but
I mean, Escape had a couple of moments back in the first half, but in the second half, there was no help. I think even Soul Goat was silenced inside of the second half, just wasn't able to make anything happen. The round was lost very early on, and I think the one important factor that we have yet to talk about is Tix was a non-factor. And if you can actually shut down a player like Tix, seems like that's when Northwood start to fall behind.
Yeah, finally, we've seen someone take it to Northwood, and this is why I think my surprise at Mirage was so significant, because Oklahoma Christian, I know that they are capable of this gameplay. We just didn't see it then. We've seen it now, and man, 24-13 for Shrony. I think it's a fitting and honestly impressive to see Soul Goat kind of sitting at the same mark kill wise, but he just didn't have the support.
I think Shrani gave a lot of openings for the rest of Oklahoma Christian, and Twigs really sent it home in some of those rounds. A really big step up from the two of them. Shroni continuing off of some major success back on Mirage, but the job's not done. And you look over towards Northwood's numbers, Soul Goat putting up numbers like that, 24 and 18. I mean, we talked about it. It's not something we normally see from Soul Goat. It's nice to see, but I think as you headed towards this break, setting up for Ancient in map number 3, you can really harness that. Look towards Soul Goat, look towards your IGL, and band together. Follow him. Listen to this. Listen to Soul Goat, and kind of work off of the success that you had on Mirage. And I think there's no map you'd rather go to right now if you're Northwood than Ancient.
Yeah, I mean, they have a proven track record there. And I think that in particular is, you know, after that showing, you maybe start to ask the questions, okay, are Northwood about to go out of this thing? I don't really think so. I think Northwood, they are the favorites going into Ancient for sure.
Of course, without a doubt. But to get things set up for this map number 3, we got to step away, get these players lobbied up once more. You're watching the Rally Cry Collegiate Series presented by the Army National Guard. We'll see you soon with more Counter-Strike.
I wait tables, but last week I built a field hospital.
I stopped 1,000 attackers.
And a natural disaster.
While I go to school full time.
While I work full time.
The greater the challenge, the stronger we become.
Our generation isn't turning away from the world's problems. Watch us fly ahead, rise to every challenge, and overcome anything. Watch us become the next greatest generation.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Rally Cry Collegiate Series presented by the Army National Guard. My name is Seymour. With me is Vincent, and we're going the distance across the whole day. It seems like these teams showed up in the winter semifinals, and they were ready to play against anything. Oklahoma Christian take Northwood to Ancient, map number 3, handing them their first map loss of the tournament. Vincent, giving themselves a chance at that grand finals, or that winners finals, quite like GMU earlier on today. Potential for maybe another upset?
I think there is. I was telling you during the break, I expected this to be a competitive game, but I still expect Northwood to come out on top. And as we look towards Ancient, it does feel like that is the map sort of built for them. They consistently have looked good on Ancient before, and on top of that, we saw some shakiness out for the Oklahoma Christian side on Ancient as well. I was up against Ohio State.
Yeah, they lost against Ohio State just, earlier this week, 13-11. So heading to this decider, I'm not sure if you're, too confident, but taking down Northwood on Anubis, albeit very close game, that has to feel good, no matter what picture you paint for Oklahoma Christian. The only thing is that is really difficult, and we kind of touched on it towards the end of Anubis, is that Tix was not really in it for that map number 2. Kind of shut down a lot by Oklahoma Christian. If they can get that done here heading into Ancient, that is going to help quite a lot, because when we saw it, Northwood last on this map pick, Tix was the truth.
I mean, he was walking out on the B site on Ancient and just finding not just 1 but 2 kills consistently. That was, it was dominant. That was up against Drexel. When we last saw that, and he continued the domination against RIT. Now, when we say missing, I mean, he was there, had some big moments, especially in the first half. And the more that I think about it, I think Ellis was a bit missing. Everybody else was there or thereabouts, but it was the second half for Northwood that everybody was gone, with the exception of Solgoat. I feel like Solgoat was the only one like dragging them across the line at moments. That's got to change. You got to put together 2 complete halves, and it's the first time we've seen Northwood a little bit, have a little bit of a struggle. That said, it was a well-positioned map from Oklahoma Christian, and they deserve a lot of credit for pulling it over the line.
Yeah, I don't want to sit here. I don't want to say, Tix was missing. I just want to give credit to Oklahoma Christian for shutting him down. And I think they did exactly that, not just to Tix, but to other players as well. The only worry that I have is Solgoat. And, man, Solgoat played incredible on Anubis. 24 kills for the IGL, something we don't really get to see from him too often. If he can harness that power again, bring it into this map number 3, I think Northwood definitely going to be feeling good rallying behind their IGL. But time will tell, Vincent. I mean, what a treat it is that we get to go into 2 series today that, maybe we're looking at Fisher and Northwood lining up this whole story going through this year as they're going to be the grand finals teams. Fisher lost to GMU, and now Northwood has taken the distance versus Oklahoma Christian. Maybe things just aren't what we thought they were.
I mean, yeah, we've had some big moments of questioning what we thought going into it, and I think that OC had me questioning what my expectations of them were after Mirage, but we're already in. We're so deep. We're actually done with a Vista round, and it's OC to pick it up.
Wow, that is that is quite the, I guess, momentum boost after a map win versus this team. Starting off the T side of Ancient with the round win, now looking to kind of push even forward after this one. What even happened there? I don't even get to kind of dissect that. You don't even...
Yeah, we just saw Oklahoma Christian on the A site and pumping lead into the Northwood players. We're into an eco round, and I think, just for the record, Northwood, their CT side on this map, they have a really good understanding from what I saw. And not that I expected anything different, but the way that they took map control against Drexel was fantastic.
And, I think a lot of that was off of Tix and Solgoat commanding this A site. Solgoat being that one to take space when nobody does present themselves. Do it again here, though. Gonna get spotted out by Twigs. No damage done to Twigs, but reeling now. The reinforcements are going to arrive, and Escape is here with Solgoat to put a few together with these pistols.
Hey, that's something. Something pulled out, but I mean, it's USP's left to pick up the pieces.
no.
Okay. That was almost the bomb getting dropped.
Nice. He's going to be able to make a flank now. Shadow has been spotted by Hunter, but now he's low. Shadow's going to be removed. Hunter on 11 HP all the way up top in a 2v1. They just have to bait him out. The switching from Northwood and out from under them, the USPs, they prevail, Vincent. A round 2 eco win.
Huh? I mean, that's just, it's absurd. Whenever you look at the way that round gets started, there was nothing special for Northwood. They were playing essentially a standard setup after their initial presence towards mid. Didn't really do anything. But Solgo and Escape were both on the site alone. Just nice, unchecked from the flank, and the timing on the rest of the team coming back in was brilliant.
I think that's a big wake-up call for
Christian.
Oklahoma Christian. You know, you're not going to get away with every round, as even when you have the distinct advantage in that round, Vincent. You can't walk into this game expecting that, you know, it's going to be rounds like that are just going to be free.
Yeah, I guess that's fair. Normally that is the expectation, but Oklahoma Christian shown the door pretty quickly. Northwood into a timeout right after that victory, which is a little bit of an odd decision. Don't typically see that, but look at this. I mean, they have all the utility, everything they could want, and 5 rifles in round 3.
Extra time to celebrate off of that. Now they're looking to shut the door on this next round. Ellis has awoken from his slumber back on Anubis and starting off this round with 4. Not going to get the ace. Nice is going to take it away at the end, but things you like to see if you're a fan of Ellis, waiting to see him bring it back now in map 3.
Hey, I like to see that. I'm a fan of Ellis. I think that, I mean, him coming back and getting some of that early, you know, I'm not going to call these easy kills, but, you know, just on target with the headshots, right? Getting that spray transfer, it all adds to building back up a little bit of confidence. He's an experienced player, but it never feels good to go down early, especially not in a map so important as Anubis was. This is the eco for Oklahoma Christian, and I think they need to focus on, in the next gun round, I think they need to focus on stopping Northwood from taking this type of space.
Yeah.
Notice where Northwood are currently. This is the standard, especially if you have the utility early on Ancient. And Oklahoma Christian, the T's have to fight for it. And if they don't, well, they're going to be stuck behind the smoke more often than not.
What do you do? Even if you have rifles in your hands, you might be able to get 1 kill here and there, but that's not enough for winning this map. And questions need to be answered. I think it has been kind of told that, you know, Oklahoma Christian, they have the tools to get it done. It's just now heading into the rifles. I feel like this is going to be very telling in their capabilities for a map like Ancient. Off the draw, you want to see this aggression met with some aggression of its own, but instead, very patient, very passive out of the Eagles.
I mean, to be fair, there's 2 ways of approaching dealing with this CT utility, and, well, this is one of them.
Said Nice just going to cut them down to size. Easy spray down. Only one place to look, only one place to shoot. That's forward.
That's so unfortunate. Nice is full blind there, and it still just serves him up. And it's Escape to provide the support. Nice between the 2 of them. Nice with a triple down mid. But yeah, two ways to approach dealing with that really aggressive CT utility, Seymour. And the first of which is to play aggressive yourself, fight for that control initially. And the other is set up a more nuanced take towards mid or towards B. They decided to go towards mid, and it's really unfortunate that Nice just gets 2 kills through being blind. Nothing wrong with Oklahoma Christian's ideas.
Molotov's going to push them forward. Ellis, chance again to clean up a few, but Shot's going to put him to rest, and a chance for a bomb plant. Molotov blocking off Cave. Nick's now looking to collect some kills AK recovered by Wheaties, but it's going to find the floor once more. That is going to be everybody removed from the round. A bomb plant, a kill onto Ellis, but it's all you're going to take home.
I think this is why I really love Ancient right now, is the way you can feel the momentum in this map is really not like any other. Maybe Mirage is the only other, or yeah, I don't think it's like anything
I don't
else.
even think Mirage is kind of at the same pace or playstyle. It's similar.
I mean, it's only when you get like that really aggressive, everybody throws everything at mid early. That's when you get that. But yeah, part of the reason I love it is this just really fast, really high tempo gameplay.
You do kind of put that into the game. I think Northwood is why we favor them in these situations to make these high impact, quick decisions.
We've seen it. You know, we've seen it before from them, and we're seeing it again now for the moment.
Saw something similar like this back in Rock Esports versus NCSU Wolfpack. A 5-1 lead.
Now that's a throwback.
NCSU were able to climb back to a 13-5 victory. Definitely very different when it comes down to these teams. Oklahoma Christian can't take Northwood that lightly and still shut out from the middle of the map. Look how deep these smokes are. They're going to re-up from it. Eventually, Oklahoma Christian, they just need to go. They need to try something.
Oh, patience is a virtue at the moment, though. Remember, Northwood, they only have a certain amount of smokes, and they've just deployed their final one.
Wheaties has a gap. Over towards A we go with a Molotov. Still, that's not where everything is decided. The bomb through mid. 2 players tucked away. Escape. That Molotov right on pace, and Escape's gonna burn alive. Now Wheaties just strikes, shoots, takes in the back, just waiting so long. Patience, quite the virtue here in round number 7. The next up, though, is Nice. And we've seen him deliver in the past here with 2, looking for all 3 inside Donut. Nice is gonna get it done. All down to Twigs. And 1v2 with 26 seconds of the bomb. Out in no man's land. Crossfire set in. Ellis first contact. He won't get past that. 6 rounds for Northwood.
Is that 12 frags for Nice? Yeah, he's 12-3, Seymour. 12-3.
Unreal.
I mean, we've seen some insane individual performances on Ancient tonight. That second shot was disgusting. Not a pixel over or under where he needed to be.
Just brought up the AWP. Looking to kind of change something up. Maybe if you can get a free pick. Smoke. I mean, unfortunate for Shada. The boost up. I think Nice just barely saw the head, and
He did. Yeah.
Wheaties going to be dealt with. Cave. AWP has now been spotted, and that is a red alert for Northwood to say, all right, let's take this away.
Yeah. They know now where the final 2 OC members are located as well, and they can just bed in back on the site. They have mid control still, but you can't let Hunter get away with that.
It doesn't seem like they have just yet. Just 1 kill. Flash up. Trani sent packing on B.
It's a false sense of security. The B site's not going to be where the bomb's headed. Of course, Hunter doesn't know this, but he had a timing that he could have just sprinted over towards A. Unfortunately, doesn't have the walls, can't see through it.
Can't see what we see.
And so,
as much as people in chat might think
understandably, he's true. He's going to have to be careful. It's an understandable position for him to be taking, but the bomb plant might be in the cards.
He loves his Ogs. That's going to be able to finish off the round. 7-1 Northwood go up on Ancient. Their CT side has looked ironclad, unbreakable. And Oklahoma Christian, no matter what they throw at this offense or this defense, nothing nothing to talk about, really.
I have a question. So, we obviously have Soul Goat here. If you were, what kind of goat would you be?
Soul Goat?
You would also be Soul Goat?
No, that was a question that I had to just, like, realize what you were asking.
Yeah.
I don't know. Give me a second. I gotta think about this one. I gotta look at what's going on screen. Twigs has got 2. This is a 2v2, and now Twigs is an AWP, and both members working their way through Donut. But the disengage from the side, there's still 1:16 on the clock.
Yeah, but I actually think that this is bad news for Oklahoma Christian that they're backing away. Not bad decision, but just unfortunate because that allows Northwood to spread back out and clear some positions away. That said, I love this. OC, this is all a bit of a ruse. Just waiting it out, waiting for Northwood to make a different decision, and then they're going to re-hit A in a minute.
I think I'd be the goat from Goat Simulator.
Okay.
Sometimes I'm just in a silly mood.
You are a bit silly. I would agree. It's worked. It has worked.
I can't believe it. I can't believe this has worked. Not only that,
I
they're going to be able to pick up a
This is
gun.
brilliant.
They're going to pick up a gun, too.
I mean, we just got done talking about in round 2, remember, Seymour. Hey, you can't ever take these rounds for granted. Northwood, well, they're going to have to pull this one back.
Hunter's going to be spotted, and the shot's not going to hit. Now Twigs to maybe make a play similar to Nice. All down to Hunter. He's running away, but Ellis on the hunt will not let him past. The clutch snuffed away by a player who is red hot on Ancient. Ellis has come alive. 9-4. What a dominant comeback here for plays like this for Ellis off of what was a non-factor on Anubis.
Yeah, you know what? You rarely are going to see Ellis take a backseat in 2 maps in a row like that, but he has made that statement. Impact made. Back to business. Northwood, it might have gotten a little bit close, but they've had so many rounds of domination that their money, it's not even been attacked at all. They still have 12K onto Soul Goat. They have 10K onto Tix, and Escape's not far behind.
How many rounds can you lose? How many 1v1s can you lose before you're thinking it's over? Hey, Oklahoma Christian, they won the pistol, and that's
They
it.
did.
That is it.
It's easy to forget. I had done so. I had forgotten.
Multiple 1v1s, multiple 1v2s snuffed away by Northwood University. And it adds up. It takes quite the toll. I mean, Oklahoma, they don't have anywhere to go. Ellis is going to re-engage back over towards the ramp now. An opening to B to hopefully get this bomb punched in. Hunter looking for an angle. The smokes go down and he won't get it. The Molotov's going to back takes up, and Shrunny not expecting the second player to be there. Hunter still has to fight this one through, and he'll do just that with the big green. Hunter might have just made this doable 1v3. Escape at the difference. The nail in the coffin this would be, but the flank is what you're worried about, and Twigs is going to be giving all the information back over towards Shada, who is playing ring around the Rosie. Escape's got to check these angles. Smoke's going to go down for Cave, and he doesn't expect it. Shada is in the corner, waiting for a chance to strike, playing him like a fiddle on the sights. Finally, Oklahoma Christian, they catch a break.
Nicely done from Hunter, especially, though. This is how the round starts. Nice gets the opening pick, but that's the second frag from Hunter that was so imperative. If Hunter goes down, suddenly life's a lot more difficult. Oh, and I think we're about to see a pretty quick A exec. Yeah, that was a lineup starting from spawn. It's all the way to Temple and to Donut.
It's going to be here.
We got all the setup.
Escape Blocked off by the smokes. Free passage for Wheaties. And now they know exactly where this player is. It's planted for a main.
What's a 5-on-5? How's he done that?
What is Tix doing? How's he done that? Wheaties now. Tix says no. I'll do it myself. Escape. Gonna be shot from above. Shrani doubles down. Tix still trying to fight for his life on side, but it's all down to Ellis in a 1v2. Other side of the smoke brings it to a 1v1. Awkward engagements from Twigs. He's looking for the knife, but nothing is found. There's no time.
Does he have it? Oh, it's close. I think he might. Yes, he does.
Oh,
All the
my
way through.
goodness.
Ellis just waiting, watching, hoping that he'll continue to try and attack through this smoke, not making any noise. And of course, Twigs has no idea. He doesn't have any idea where he is in that smoke, and so can't get any confirmation. And this is where the Northwood economy that they built up over so many rounds is imperative for them to continue finding success.
All turned around, and that might be this chapter closed. The half, you can see, Wheaties still fighting for his life over towards B, but Tix is going to have him sandwiched.
Yikes. It's just so unfortunate. The swiftness with which Northwood collapsed on that area.
The hog from Soul Coach is hitting its mark constantly as well. Doesn't make it any easier. Twigs needs to make something out of this, but Soul Coach saw the cross and he knows the Shadow's going to give it away. 1v3 up and over the smoke. Tix trying to locate this up, and as it opens up the smoke, Tix is going to put away the half. 10-2 for Northwood University. We knew Ancient was their playground. We knew they were comfortable on this map, but after what we saw in Anubis, I did not expect this.
18-8 for Nice. I mean, this guy's farming. Literally unstoppable this entire half.
It's pretty good.
Most dominant half we've seen all day long. And as we enter to the second half of our 6th map of Counter-Strike.
These are Wolves after all. I mean, Timberwolves, but Wolves hungry after a loss on Anubis. And
I have an admission. I don't actually know what the difference between Timberwolves and Wolves
I don't
are.
think there's much of a difference.
In my brain, they are the same, though I know they're not.
Different brand. 3v2. All down to Tix now. Okay. So, Oklahoma Christian still showing promise in their pistols, but it's what comes next. That is the issue.
Well, at the moment, I think it's Oklahoma Christian going to try and make a convincing argument that maybe it's the Timberwolves that are the off-brand, because they're going to need a long way to go.
What brand of wolf are you?
You know, turnabout is fair play. Brand of wolf.
I'm Heinz.
Okay. I think I'm Coca-Cola.
I think Shada is right on the money right now with exactly what he needs to do in this round. Doolies, love it. Why not?
That was last game that Why Not was here.
Dude. Applications are going up on Twitter right now for a brand new co-commentator. If you're watching this, if you're listening, maybe check it out.
Seymour, he likes long walks on the beach, back rubs, you know,
Head
that kind of thing. All of the above.
Ollie's down, and you know, just as much as this was an issue for the T side of Oklahoma Christian, I could see this turning around.
Yeah, same here. I think that, yeah, listen, it was a dominant half. Let's get one thing straight. Northwood looked incredible, but if Oklahoma Christian, especially after that win, both of the pistol and the anti-eco both go well, there's a world where they come back. Now, granted, they're big bonusing right now, and they don't have a lot of room to bonus.
I think it comes down to this bonus.
Yeah, I was just about to get there. It absolutely does. Because Oklahoma Christian, they're not broke, but they don't have ton of, like, they have mostly enough money. But it's just, it's ambitious to go for a bonus when you're down this bad.
Betting big, and they're betting right. Grouped up to B. The bomb is leading here. Shrani, such a pivotal moment not to give up this angle. Nice is going to start walking his way through to red room. Shrani, ice cold in the moment, but Nice has been on another level for this map, and that is the floodgates open towards A. Every only person here is Wheaties, and he has no idea Ellis has already closed the gap.
So swift. It's been a lightning fast. And okay, here we go. OCU, I think they're immediately headed for the save.
Little taste of their own medicine from Anubis. Peekaboo. Nice
No
is just not
way!
losing. 21 and 10. A 2.1 KD.
Okay. To be fair, that's just the MP9 gone. These are the far more important weapons for Oklahoma Christian. And they'll
Hunter
stay alive for the moment.
keeping it on tap right now. Nice. I'm not sure if you're going to really dedicate this one. I mean, look at the rounds. You have room to kind of play around with your food, but even Northwood are disciplined. They could actually have this one. Nice. He does not miss. He doesn't miss.
He's on tonight. It's hard. It's hard to have a more dominant game than Nice is having.
It's like, this is exactly what Tix looked like versus Drexel.
Exactly. And that's why it's scary to play Northwood, because anybody can have one of these games. This time it's Nice. And this time, Northwood, 2-11.
Solgo,
Here's the buy, and it is a little bit
Solgo
shoddy.
map. Raj, a group effort. Tucked away as Wheaties. Inside donut has gone unchecked. Hunter finds two. Wheaties finally going to make himself known and gets the better of Tix. Looking the wrong way. 3 versus 2. Escape has snuck through Temple. Shrani has an idea. And Shada, though, that's going to have to keep this one in an advantage. Ellis looking to hunt things back down, but Shada is ice cold in the moment. He's not going to give it up this time.
Wheaties left unchecked there in donut, and I don't even know where Hunter was located, but he picked up a double kill on the site before he was dispatched.
Mid somewhere.
Regardless, Oklahoma Christian, that's a round to take a deep, very long breath and realize that you're not out of this one just yet. Their last little bit of money was invested into that round, and now it's Northwood who are starting to feel the pressure. Gotta pinch some pennies, maybe.
So you say there's a chance.
Oh, yeah. Always a chance.
Something to play around with, and they know that. Gonna refrag his Solgo, but Shot is not letting them through. Door is shut, and Shrani now looking to catch them outside. 6
There we
rounds
go.
for Oklahoma Christian, and finally they get one that isn't us panicking. Like, oh no, like,
A live reaction of us in the booth. Whoa. Yeah, these were some nice shots from Shot Up. I mean, who's actually been pretty darn good throughout this game, through this map, that is.
more with the deagle than I'd say with the rifles, but you know, it's been there.
Hey, you take it where you can get it. You don't want to take HEs to the face, though. Those aren't good for your health. I
Shrapnel.
know from experience. Tasty.
Actually, one player who's unfortunately might be the difference here is Shrani, 8 and I think 14.
To be fair, nobody really has good KD for Oklahoma Christian outside of, I think Shada finally has something after the last couple of rounds.
The player you look to, though, to light the way. Just looking to take flight in this moment. Nice is going to be caught out. Ellis, Shadow not actually going to be giving him away. Wheaties has to think twice about what's coming his way, and what's next is Soul Goat. Reposition from Wheaties. Tapping away at these members. Not going down without a fight. That's one heck of a fight. Very comfortable
Nice
round
and clean.
again from Oklahoma Christian. Not losing a member.
I mean, that is great to see. Granted, all it takes is 2 losses, so their economy, once they get enough to ensure a second bye after a loss, that's sort of irrelevant. But they could buy more ops if they wanted to. Not that they've required it thus far. Could be an adjustment to be made. Put Northwood back on notice and show that they can't just walk into some angles, but
Yeah, no, I mean, we say this is manageable. Only 4 rounds needed now for Oklahoma Christian. Like,
yeah.
you win this
I mean,
one, and it's down to 2, possibly. Shada, Shrani, together, they collapse the front line of Northwood, and he's getting out of there. Twigs making sure that his cover is still intact. Northwood have been silenced.
This could really be how Ancient goes a lot of time. I talked about the experience and how much of it Oklahoma Christian have. It's not as if they don't know what they're doing. They do. And once you get the utility going on the CT side, it's this fight right here. And Northwood were serving it up to Oklahoma Christian all half long at a 10-2 scoreline. And now it's time for a bit of turnabout. OC showing up and saying, listen, you can do the same to us, but we can pull it off.
You know what's
too.
on the line. I mean, granted, you're not out if you lose here. You drop to the lower bracket, but I mean, you think about this moment in general for Oklahoma Christian. Beating Northwood in the winner's bracket, moving them into the lowest bracket, something that nobody would have expected at all, Vincent, the way that Northwood has been playing. And then you look at what the lower bracket is, and it's Fisher and Northwood down there, and you're going up against GMU. Granted, GMU looked outstanding. I'm not taking anything away from that. But
you'd be a little excited
to get that bracket breaker.
Yeah. No doubt whatsoever. If you you find on paper you're looking at GMU in the upper bracket, you're like, okay, I'll take that, as opposed to what could have been.
Big round here for the Tech Nines. Northwood looking to blow it up. Bomb going down. Molotov is going to do a little bit of damage, but Hunter's going to split the difference, given hedge now. The Eagles. Takes dancing around with the Tech 9. No way he's going to find another one. Wheaties still battling against Ellis and finally going to get this. A very scrappy fight. It's down to a 2v2. Twix wrapping around. Tix is going to put him out of his misery, and now it's down to 1. An AK recovered for Tix, and Wheaties down to the Deagle. Shut out from the round, and Northwood put it together with just Tech 9s.
It's a set piece. They had just a little bit of utility and enough of it to cut them out of the site. A bit of a passive approach to the A site. This is the normal way you would approach it for Oklahoma Christian. You don't want to be caught here, especially with the Tech 9s where it's easier to close the distance, but they couldn't find it. A few smokes and a couple of well-placed flashes with the shots from the Tech 9s is enough to stall out OC. They're back on the EWP.
And that round exactly is what broke the mental of Drexel back in week 1. A Tech 9 rush onto A, and it swings the momentum back over for the Timberwolves. Now on match point, it's all or nothing for Oklahoma Christian. Shot as the first one up. Nice. A lot of damage taken. He secures the kill. Shrani a second. Ticks with the refrag, and it's all up to Wheaties now.
Oh,
and he's shot in the back.
Massive moment from Twigs. Not that it was the only idea, because Shada coming back around the corner, but Oklahoma keeping themselves alive. And Northwood just trying to go back to the basics, keep it simple. You can respect that, but man, did it not work out. But you saw the difference, Seymour, right? Getting a little bit more utility, that allowed them to take space through the double doors and maybe take a more favorable fight towards the B site. But now they're back down to not quite nothing, but it's close enough to the nothing.
I mean, they're going to be able to put something together. Tix had positive 7K in the pocket. Escape had positive 6K, so.
as opposed to negative 6K.
I mean, like, I meant more than 6K, you know?
I'm here to terrorize you. That's the only reason I'm here.
Down to the rush play. Op is inbounds for Hunter. Can he step up? Molotov gives him space. Just barely escaping.
Be gone.
You need that. You need Hunter to hit these shots. 3v3. Escape. Gonna make this difficult. In for the rush. Nice.
No!
Not able to hit that shot as Hunter, and it's all down to Shada with the AWP recovered. Northwood put it away. Nice. The finisher. An incredible Ancient. An individual masterpiece. And Northwood moved to the winners final.
I need to know what scoreline Nice ended on there. I no idea, but it was a lot TM. That being said, man, what an incredible series that we just watched. 2 incredible series, actually. OC proving to both us and everybody else that they have what it takes. And I mean, listen, if I'm Fisher and I'm watching, now OC's in the lower bracket.
Yeah, I mean, you're worried. You're so worried at the fact that, you know, everything has just been flipped on a dime for the expectations of this whole tournament. You know, teams came into the first week and they looked outstanding, but in the winter semifinals, it wasn't that. 2 incredible matches down to the wire, and for Oklahoma Christian, you're gonna look back at this and you're gonna think we could have been in the winners final, and it's not something you want to get hung up on heading into the losers bracket, but it is something that you can really hold close, that you took Northwood the distance. You almost came back from 10-2 down, and you made them work for it. That is a big take home. On the other side, for Northwood, I think this is a very humbling experience for them. You needed somebody to really go toe-to-toe. You needed somebody to really push you against the odds. And I think heading into next week, Northwood are going to learn from this experience, and they're going to be even deadlier.
I do think that there is certainly that possibility, though. I'll be honest. I think Northwood, they are a team with unlimited confidence because they've just been walking in and rolling over teams left and right, and they'll have the respect for those individual players for OC. They know that they are at the same level, you know, or right about the same level. That being said, I think that Northwood, with this win, they officially put themselves up on the pedestal. They have beaten, yeah, we're not going to see the Fisher matchup until potentially the finals, but listen, they beat everybody put in front of them, and a lot of big names go down to this Northwood team. I think we asked them to prove it, and they've done so.
I mean, they've gone above and beyond. Not only that, but, you know, for certain individuals too. I mean, let's talk about Ellis in this past map. I mean, had a stinker of an Anubis. He had, you know, a spade is a spade, Vincent. But you go into Ancient, and yeah, a couple easy ones early on, but, you know, finishing, you know, quite exceptionally. Ellis on that Ancient, a big rebound after that. It's good to see, you know, players not getting hung up on some rounds here for Northwood, and again, just reinforcing our opinions on how skilled and talented these members are. And, you know, I think it goes to show that Northwood, no matter how far they're down, they're never out.
Yeah, I mean, listen, you go back to it. A good friend of mine, Exner, loves to say, "Give me the Meeks. I'll take ecos all day," and absolutely you do. I mean, Ellis just getting back on the horse, so to speak, and stepping up big time through the rest of that. And yeah, I think you have to look over this bracket, and I start to see some crazy matchups everywhere now. You know, early on, it was a question mark of what games do we want to see. Now I want to see them all.
Yeah,
give them all to me.
And not only that, look at this lower bracket. Fisher College waiting for the winner of the Ohio State University Buckeye Gaming Collective Scarlet and RIT Orange. You know, Rochester Institute of Technology, they didn't have a great day too. When they met up against Northwood, they fell extremely flat, but they're out with a vengeance. You talked to MJB, he said he was not really happy with the way that they performed. Now with a chance to beat out on the Ohio State University, head in towards Fisher College, and possibly take down the next best thing. I mean, the opportunities are there. Not only that, North Carolina State University, the Wolfpack, a chance to, play against Matthew McConaughey fan club, and you beat them. You head into Oklahoma Christian, another talented team. There is potential out of these lower bracket teams, especially that RIT Orange squad.
No, I agree. All of that is upcoming, and with Northwood now guaranteed up against GMU, I think that's another like massive moment for like GMU to continue to prove what they just put together against Fisher as well. Yeah, I continue to see these matchups. I'm blown away by all the possibilities. With that being said, I mean, props I think to this squad. Northwood winning out, but OC put together a really good performance, and I think that there was only a couple of moments where they faltered. Especially it can't go without being said. Like you can't lose 3 ecos. That just can't happen. So that doesn't help.
It doesn't help at all, but it's something to learn from for the next time you take the stage. And for Oklahoma Christian, it's going to be pretty soon down in the lower bracket. Coming up tomorrow, we're going to be looking down to the lower side of things, taking a look at teams like the Ohio State University and RIT Orange. You don't want to miss it, so make sure you follow Rally Cry for all that's happening here in the Rally Cry Collegiate Series. Show them some love, especially here on the Twitch channels. And we hope to see you tomorrow for some more action here in Counter-Strike 2. So stay tuned. Have a great night. We'll see you tomorrow with some more action.